Okay, I'd like to bring this public hearing meeting to order, the Village of Villa Park, February 14th, 2022. Clerk Kornecki, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Silella.
Here.
Trustee Corkery.
Here.
Trustee Kozar.
Here.
Trustee Kumar. Trustee Murphy. Here. Trustee Patrick.
Here.
President Kazal.
Here. And I will turn this over to our interim manager, Mike Herrera, to our discussion here.
Yes, we're having a public hearing tonight. The public hearing is with regards to our general obligation bond in the amount not to exceed $7,500,000. Wait for the fireman to... So we're to discuss the general obligation bonds in the amount not to exceed $7,500,000 for the purpose of providing funding to finance the construction and equipping of a village recreational center within the village to include costs related to land and rights to land, planning, architectural, mechanical, electrical improvements, and other necessary services and incidental costs. These costs to include any bond issuance costs, legal financing, and administrative expenses. The bond issuance is to be in conjunction with the submission of a grant application to the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, or the IDNR, for recipient of grant funding by March 31st of 2022, due date for that application, and that grant is for $10 million, and is to be used in concurrent with the purposes stated above for the bond issuance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any public questions or comments on the bond issuance?
Cheryl Tucker. I just want clarification, and I know that Director Herrera has said this before, that these bonds cannot be used if we don't use them up for repairs or revitalization of any other of our buildings in the village. Not that we'll have anything left, but I know that you have stated before, so I just wanted to make it put on record that it is very clear that this grant is to go to new development and not revitalizing other areas in our village or other areas in our recreational.
So,
Go ahead.
sure. Yes, so the bonds that we're talking about in this public hearing is for the general obligation bonds by the village. And those bonds can only be utilized for the purposes that are expressed in the writteness of the bonds, which is the, related to land, cost of land and rights to land, planning, architectural, mechanical, electrical improvements, and other necessary services and incidental costs as related to to a recreational facility. The INDNR grant is actually bonds issued through the Rebuild Illinois bond series. So any improvements that we make with those bonds also have to be bondable or have a life of 20 years, which the IDNR reviews all those scopes to make sure that they are bondable, and as it relates to the scope that we're submitting, which in that case, it can be for a new building, it can be for major renovation, but it has to be major renovation where the building will get extended beyond 20 years to make sure that the bonds are the bond eligible. Does that make sense?
Right, so the 7,500 bond can only be used on new purposes, or can it actually be on revitalization as long as you're using it as a recreational purpose?
Well, it's for the construction and equipping of a village recreational center. So it has to be not for repairs, but for major renovation or major construction or new construction.
Reconstruction, okay, so it can be used on one of our other buildings then in this village then?
If that's the scope that is finalized based on the public. And later this evening, we'll have a presentation on the results and findings from the public input. But it has to be for repurposing a major building with major reconstruction or new construction.
Or new construction, and that construction has to last 10 or more years, is what you're saying? The building has to
20
last
years.
10 or more
It has to last the length of the
So the building
bond.
has to have a life of 20 more years to be able to use it. And the purpose of these two bonds is to have them joined together, correct? So that we can move forward on the development for a rec center and a community center.
Correct. The original estimates were greater than the $10 million that would receive through the IDNR. So these bonds would supplement that
Our
capital grant
supplement
to
of what needs to be
what
added.
is needed, required to
on
build.
whatever they decide to do tonight as we go forward.
Correct.
So it could be used to revitalize one of our buildings here if that's what we go forward to decide to do instead of build a new one, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
Do we have any other public comments? Okay. Okay, seeing as there are no other public comments, we will adjourn the special public hearing. And we will be back at 7 o'clock for a regular board meeting. Okay, do we have a second?
Who was the first?
Trustee Salell.
Okay.
Trustee Kumar, second. And a roll call vote, please.
Kumar, okay. Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Salela?
Yes.
President Kazal?
Yes, okay. So now we'll be back at 7 o'clock. order. Clerk Kornicki, please call the roll.
Trustee Silella.
Here.
Trustee Corkery.
Here.
Trustee Kozar.
Here.
Trustee Kumar. Here. Trustee Murphy. Here. Trustee Patrick.
Here.
President Kazone.
Here. Okay, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together this evening. May we have meaningful discussions that will help us to assist our village in these trying times. Help us to make the decisions that will affect the staff, directors, and residents of Villa Park. Guide us through the challenges we face, and may we approach each other with respect and kindness as one group. In your name, amen. Amen. Okay, item number 3, public comments on agenda items. Clerk Kornicki, is anyone signed up?
Yes, I have Cheryl Tucker for agenda. We've got 3 of them, 6B, 8C, 10A.
And I will sign in.
Well, I've got you on the list now, Cheryl.
First item is 6B. I'm real curious under that category, under the open contractual services for BCA Capital, why is the 2020 ambulance lease payment under general funds for the street improvement? Since Glen has ambulances become street improvement.
I don't think I've got that in here.
I have to find it. It should be under Fund 64, equipment.
It's the first one, it's the first bill of the January 24th, 2022 check run, 2 of 2. So it would be 2022-0124 CY22.
I can,
Yeah.
For
We'll have to check on that one.
For the $66,872.30. So if it's in the wrong place, I don't think the board should vote on approving it until it is corrected.
I know we can always go through a GL. I think Finance Director Howard might be able to. I believe we can also go back and modify that through a general entry to move it to the right fund if it's not in the correct fund.
But if the board approves it, then it won't be modified. It should be approved before.
Our attorney says we can approve it, since it's the amount is the same, as long as it gets changed on the GL, we can approve it here tonight.
If necessary.
Yeah.
But you're voting on, are you not voting on it as the way it stands tonight? So unless it's changed and modified, they're already voting it in the way it stands in the budget.
What you're voting on is the total amount to approve these.
Okay. We're approving in the total amount to pay, that's what we're voting on tonight. The way it gets listed in the GL can be changed,
If necessary.
if necessary.
So is it going to be mentioned in the minutes that it was modified for that and
Well,
moved
yes.
then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
So that it's documented somewhere that it was in the wrong
Yeah,
place
it's on,
and that it's
it's on
moved.
camera, so.
It's been moved to the correct location. Okay, on EC, having to do with the biometer fingerprint system, is that going to be needed to be upgraded every 5 years?
We'd have to review, but I believe, right now the system is outdated and it doesn't go with the software that it's associated with, and I think the machines on life support.
If I can offer some commentary, there's going to be numerous variables when it comes to that. We can't say for sure. Because what if the software's incompatible 5 years from now? That's a question we can't answer.
The reason I'm asking for that is if that is something that needs to be done, then I am making a suggestion that the board makes a recommendation that gets put on the equipment replacement schedule, like police cars and other equipment in our village. That's the reason why I brought it up. That it might be something the board might want to bring up, that if it needs to be updated every 4 or 5 years, to put it on the schedule like we would the police cars and other things for equipment replacement.
That is up to the board.
That is what I was making the suggestion for. Not, I understand that point, but that was my suggestion on that. On 10A, I'm not quite sure why this board is having such a hard time approving the revisions on the text amendments, which came from PNC's meeting on April 8th, 2021. It came to the board on September 13th, was tabled until October 11th, where you approved part of the text amendments, but the 12 suggestions that Trustee Kozar decided that we needed to send back to the P&Z to have revised.
They were group suggestions.
The P&C committee reviewed them, my understanding, on December 14th and January 13th, 2022. And now they're in front of the board again tonight. I'm not sure why, as you pointed out, Trustee Kozar, I'm not sure why you're against it or you're having a problem with it, seeing your fuel and creme already has a variance for the outdoor storage containers. It was a big part of your campaign that you wanted all the other businesses.
Hey, Cheryl, this is public comments. Let's not go into a lot of those kinds of
I
details.
realize that.
No.
I'm bringing up the fact on 10, my concern on it. Needed to, you have a variance already on it, which aligns it, and you were bringing up the fact that I'm just having a hard time with the board that they're not being able to make a decision on this. I mean, it was a big issue for you when you came to campaign, and that all the businesses get aligned with the code, and yet the board seems to be having a problem with helping those businesses get in the code because you won't approve this amendment, this text amendment. So hopefully we'll get it resolved tonight so that these businesses that do have the outdoor storage containers can move forward and are not sitting in stalemate, because that's what they've been doing since April 8th. Thank you.
Mr. President, since I
Yes.
was addressed specifically, can I respond to this?
If we can keep it short.
Okay. So the 12 suggestions came from the board as a whole. I spoke to, I think, everybody but Christine Murphy on that. So they weren't just my suggestions, Cheryl. And this could have been wrapped up a lot sooner, but it was the direction of the village manager to send it back down to PNC.
My
So-
understanding was a suggestion of the board to send it back to P&C from the minutes.
Okay. Well, we're back up here, so we'll
It's
hopefully
okay,
get this,
that's fine.
we'll get this cleared up tonight. Okay, any other public comments?
I have no one else.
Okay, anyone else?
So do I go now, or do I wait till they?
Do their presentation.
It's an agenda item.
Yeah,
Okay,
right?
all right, let me introduce it, please.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so we have any other comments? Public comments? Oh, that's, you're part of the public, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
I guess I am, so.
Okay, all right.
That's what, yeah. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Rather be nowhere else than with you all today. Hello, I know. George Cordova, part of the Villa Park Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Quick little note here. So the 2015 Villages Park and Recreation Master Plan states there will be many challenges and difficult decisions facing the village board as the parks master plan is adopted, primarily dealing with funding from various segments of the community, streets, infrastructure, government. But what most people notice and what dramatically enhances property values is the quality of the community parks. So a significant portion of that master plan was to find a solution for Lions Community Center, which is an aging building, as we all know. It does not provide the proper recreation space for our growing community. The the recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission has taken into account the 3 rounds of community input, as well as staff input, as well as feedback from the community outreach among the Advisory Commission. The Advisory Commission unanimously recommends that we move forward with option A, which will be presented a little bit, which is to build a new recreation center with outdoor playground, outdoor basketball court, which also includes keeping the existing ball field as it stands. This build is recommended to be completed at Lions Park, of course, and this recommendation also comes with the approval of moving forward with Williams Architects, as a comprehensive valuation process was completed in 2018 by the Advisory Commission and approved by the Village Board. Also, the building of the recreation center would not increase taxes on the residents, and the recreation/community center would be available to residents all year round, which provides immediate benefits to the community. A pool/aquatic center can always be added at Lions or build at Jefferson, whichever it would be, once that portion of the master plan comes to the planning portion. So I always, as I've been on the recreation board, Nick, you've been there for I think like 7 years, I always try to say things like, there's a proverb, right? The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. So I look forward to hearing from you all and the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Okay, any other public comments on agenda items? Okay, seeing none, we will move to item 5A, presentation for a village recreation center from Williams Architect and direction to staff for proposed site plan and facilities. And if we can have Williams come out and please introduce yourselves. And thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, public. Great to be here this evening and to present our findings from our study, which was to embark on a community recreation center at Lions Park, and then it basically evolved from that point forward to consider a pool as well for the best use of your funds that are part of the IDNR grant, the $10 million at hand. We're here today to kind of bring together the culmination of those findings in a succinct way. A lot of this presentation is stuff that has been presented throughout the community over the public input sessions, but there's a summary to it all, and we're here to share it and take questions and answers at the end of the presentation. Thank you. Without any further ado, I'm going to pass this along to my partner, Lauren, and she's going to go through the findings piece of this from the public input.
All right, so we're going to start with the statistically valid survey. It was conducted by the ETC Institute in 2019. There were 410 respondents, and there's a 95% degree of confidence, which means there's a 5% degree of error. So this is more than statistically and scientifically valid. So the findings stated that the development of the combination aquatic center and recreation center was the most popular option and one of the most important options for the community. Next was development of indoor facilities, followed by a new aquatic center, and then and so on. Next, which 4 items were the most important to consider while building a new rec center? Multi-purpose sports courts were very popular, rooms for recreation classes and other activities. Senior activities were very popular, as well as preschool spaces were very popular, and so on and so forth. And when it comes to the aquatic center, the most important element was the zero-depth entry pool, followed by outdoor pool lap lanes, and then water slides. This is just an image from some of the public input finding meetings that happened earlier in the year. And then this is just this cover for public input combined preferences. This is, will show both the 29th meeting and then the combined preferences from the 15th and the 19th. So everything we gathered on from the 15th and 19th, all those comments, we've lumped together to give you the second round of results. In the December 29th, there was 21 comments and 31 in-person and Zoom attendees. And in the 15th and 19th, altogether, there were 59 comments and 52 attendees. So this is from the activity conducted in the first meeting, and it shows the facility program preferences. Coming in first was an an indoor track, then a gymnasium, and then an aquatics. And coming in around the same amount as fitness center, a multi-use, kitchen, cafe, and Group X. And these are the findings that we used from the site plans shown in the last two meetings. And these are, again, both meetings preferences combined. So coming in first was option 1A, a community center with an existing ball field, playground, and basketball court. Coming in second was a community center with an indoor pool and an outdoor, and a future outdoor aquatic center. And then in third, was option 4, other, which we, there was a lot of comments of other, kind of people mix and match the options. So this one would just be a recreation center with a future outdoor aquatic center. And then option 4A would come in fourth, very similar to option, the one I just said, option 4, but option 4A is just option 1A with a future outdoor aquatic center. So both those options were very popular when considered. And then the site preferences and design. So you'll see there's the bar charts with two different colors. The blue represents the December 29th meeting, and the orange represents the 15th and 19th meetings. So overall, added together, these results show that minimized on-site parking is very popular, moving the parking to the southwest corner, connection to Great Western Trail, preservation of green space, and avoid the west end of the site to give a buffer to the houses are all very popular. And there was also a lot of concerns over traffic congestion brought up. As far as amenities go with site preferences, again, this is the same color coding as I mentioned previously. The top amenity preference would be an outdoor basketball court. Coming in second was a playground. And then again, roof garden, community garden, connectivity to trail, bike racks, so on and so forth. And then this was coded a little differently for, because it's about green and sustainability, but the same order, 29th in the darker color and the lighter green would be the 15th and 19th. Sustainable site elements came in very popular, as well as electrical vehicle parking, solar panels, permeable pavers, bioswales, and roof garden and community garden. And as far as site preferences for location go, Lions Park, keep existing ball fields as Lion Park was very popular. Keep existing basketball courts here. Community center and pool located here was very popular. And then moving on to Iowa Park, one of the popular options was do not put a new community center here and don't renovate existing Iowa community center. They also mentioned move ball fields to this location. And then as far as Jefferson Pool goes, it was brought up to demolish and replace with a new pool here. Or also brought up was upgrade Jefferson in stages. And then as far as Twin Lakes goes, move ball field activities to this location was mentioned. For facility preferences and program, we got very similar results from what was mentioned in the scientifically valid survey, as well as the survey we conducted with the DOT activity in person, as well as comment cards. So it's always nice to see these align with community preferences. But anyway, an indoor track came in very popular, multi-purpose, fitness center, gymnasium, and then something for all ages was another very popular one. A dedicated childhood learning space and a seniors focus space were the top ranking considerations. And then facility preferences for design. Popular was differentiate overall programs from all those of other towns and have more of a regional draw. Flexibility among the space and indoor and outdoor connectivity of spaces. So there's a flow from the interior to the exterior there. Sustainability, many were in favor of sustainable design elements, low operation costs, and solar panels were brought up. Universal accessibility was brought up, and this was, this as well as just sustainability is always a standard with Williams Design, and all the spaces will be accessible. And as far as site options goes, I showed the data for this, what the voting results came in as, but these were the ones we brought up in the meeting on the 15th and the 19th, so I'll just summarize these quickly. Option 1 was the community center, existing ball fields. Option 1A was the community center, existing ball fields with an outdoor playground and an outdoor basketball court. Option 2 was the outdoor aquatic center first and then the future community center second. And option 3 was the community center and indoor pool first with the future outdoor aquatic center second. And just to summarize the first results, the voting came in as option 1A first, option 3 second, and then the hybrid options were option 1A, but flip it so the outdoor pool comes first, and then option 1A. That came in third, and what came in fourth was just the community center first with the aquatic center second. So that's how everyone voted, and now I will pass it on to Tom to explain the facilities.
Thank you, Lauren. So as we kind of conducted our studies and everything, we started to do a very, very schematic and conceptual layout of what an aquatic facility could look like at either location, Lions Park or Jefferson Park, and what the ingredients per the survey results, both statistically valid and public comment, incorporating a zero depth pool, having a activity pool that adjoins with the zero depth and wading pool, combined with a splash pool. You even see a deep hopper to the left, and then dedicated lap lanes. All a family experience, multi-experiences, multi-generational, great age segment appeal, a condensed footprint because we know you're tight on land, utilizing the maximum amount of water, which is program space and deck space for those that want to have buffer zones. And then obviously there's support facilities. That's what's in the gray there from a bathhouse and a user perspective and a customer service perspective, where you come in, do the proper changes, and then make your way out to the outside. And then not to mention that it's outfitted with proper shade, proper pavilions for party rentals and things like that. So this is just, again, a very conceptual layout, but it took into consideration all the ingredients that the public commented on as we derived this. And then to just give you some photo examples, because sometimes, you know, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, even though the other one was a three-dimensional picture. You can see to the upper right the zero-edge water that transitioned into wading water. You can see to the left the lap lanes. Both on the bottom right and left, you get some shade on the deck areas, and then to the left, some dedicated concession shade. That's usually a part of those buildings as well. Moving on to the next slides, a myriad of amenities for all age segments, anything from nets and roping lily pads to what's really quite popular, these little bubblers that kids can, of younger age, can interact with and step on, play tables that you see back in the water, sometimes a deep hopper combined with a diving board, or 2 deep hoppers and 2 diving boards, and then body flume slides, one open in this case and one closed, just to have a different experience between the two. And again, just ideas and thoughts on what are the popular amenities and what they could look like. And then the next facility, after aquatics, that we discussed and we kind of, again, organized from a very conceptual layout, working with not only the public, but working with staff as well to garner some input and create a program that made some sense and right size to your community, and took into consideration all the commentary and really tried to fill the coffers in the maximum effort of space utilization, keeping this space activated all hours of the day, keeping the activation at least 60%, sometimes 80%. As I presented, I think very beginning when we just talked about the feasibility study, you know, anytime you're at 100%, you're at maximum utilization, and it's usually not a great thing. I mean, you're against each other. So that 60 to 80% is a sweet spot from a return on investment perspective, and making sure you're giving everything to your people in your community from a user standpoint. Because if you want to dedicate, which back in the early 90s, you try to create a space dedicated for each and every function, they sat idle for quite a long period of the day, and it wasn't sustainable from a financial perspective. So organizing this, we have the gymnasium, which again is in kind of right in the forefront of the picture to the right, in the orangish color. It's a multi-athletic court gymnasium with 2 junior high school courts, 1 large high school court. Centered in it is volleyball. We have room for 4 pickleball courts in here. You have all the standards that are flexible and movable in here. You can do indoor futsal in this type of a facility. And quite honestly, you could do other program activities. You could do dance in here. You could have an event in here from a public engagement perspective where you might want to do something in a facility like this. You could have a banquet, or you could have a lecture in here. So it's really multifunctional. We have the proper storage not only for the gymnasium in here, but for the facility storage as well, along with some support in the darker gray color, which you see the men's and women's locker rooms, electrical rooms, janitorial receiving rooms, all the things that help a facility like this function. And then right up the dead center in the yellow color is our entry lobby, our inspiration place, our wow and point of attraction, point of control, the meet and greet, and the hospitality space for a facility like this. You can dedicate some seating areas. You can bring in the internet here. This is where you come and get your cup of coffee. You could have a kiosk in here. You can have a grab and go for getting bites and coffees. It's really where the community comes together to congregate. It's a free space in a facility like this, and it's where you can watch your children and socialize with others. Social engagement these days is a big deal, even though we're at a distanced kind of perspective. It's always good from a philosophical way and from a mind, body, and spirit way. So when you see that, it's really great when you come into a facility like this that you get a sense of all the major program elements, and you would see the gym, you'd look up, you'd be able to see a glimpse of the fitness. You look to the left and you get the sense of where the program rooms are, and then you're greeted again by control right at the very beginning. And then when you go behind control, or further up in green, is the central administration. Every facility needs a core of folks here that would help run this facility and program the facility. And to the left, we have general programming rooms, programming rooms with creative play, so you can dedicate these rooms for child watch, for early learning experiences. We like to think of these rooms as flexible at this point. Again, like I said before, instead of outfitting it with all little children furniture and then you have nowhere to go if you need to expand another program opportunity, we found that we're turning a lot of these over if you don't have a dedicated program 24, I say 24/7, but all days of the week, all hours of the week for preschool. It's really hard to justify a space dedicated like that. But in this case, you could put things in storage, you could flip the room at hours of the day, and it's really all about the program plan that staff would put together that says how this big building is going to function. Again, this is early input. We would have to work with staff to get more information on this and really start to evolve it. But you also got another 2 rooms to work to from a general program perspective, and those are the multi-purpose rooms off to the left of the lobby with a dividing partition. Actually, both of these program rooms have dividing partitions, so you could separate activities or you can create a larger activity. They're served by a kitchen, which I said again has the cafe side from the lobby, but it has the serving side from the multi-use perspective. So if you have vendors in the community that can provide service, they can come in and cater. If you want to have demonstration events where you're doing cooking events, it's nice. We can move this storage room that's delineated in front of the kitchen, but you could open that right up into the multi-purpose room. So not only can you sit at the kitchen, and have a function, but you could be in the room and kind of have a larger kind of audience at hand. And that's kind of the lower level. The upper level, again in purple, we see transparent views, again, a general circulation stair to a gathering area up above as well, with a fitness floor and Group X floor. It's an exercise floor of cardio-resistive equipment. Great views to the outside. The Group X is dedicated self-instructed fitness, or group-directed fitness. The other one, the general fitness, is self-directed fitness. And I'll get you some photos of those. That helps out. Outdoor stretching, or outside of the room, we have our stretching and cueing areas. All our support again. Views to the track and access to the track up above. So again, utilizing the third dimension and creating program space out of what would be a larger scale volume just from an indoor play perspective. You could take use of that track up above without increasing the square footage of your first floor footprint, economical way of doing it. And then we talked a lot about this, as Lauren kind of noted it, through the public input sessions and through some great commentary. While we like to bring in some inspiration and green sustainability into our designs, there are things that are there that are poetic, there are things that are instructional, that you could talk about how you're holding and captivating water and reusing water and reclaiming water. You really don't get to experience that unless you demonstrate it and put it into systems. The mechanical systems will obviously be outfitted at a higher level of performance, and especially with these COVID days, we'd have all that taken care of. But again, you really don't sense that unless you note that in the facility. But a roof garden is something you can really sense and take advantage of and program. So that's another good way of bringing in sustainability with some succulents out there, some plantings, and having some green space. And then, you know, I'm a proponent of, if we can find some solar out here, flat roofs for solar, that's a good way to get return on investment on that too. It could be a 20-year plus return on investment, but it's a good use. And then something that's just as strong as solar, quite honestly, is the use of natural daylight and thrusting that into the facility and letting it energize your facility, not only from a energy perspective, because you could bring down the lights and function in a space like this, but just the human connectivity to that and what it does to inspire people working out. And, you know, people that say in a gym you can't have natural light, no, you could have natural light in a gym. It's just how you diffuse it and how you control it. It could really be a gem from that perspective. And then the totality of this facility that we're proposing is roughly 38,000 square feet, divvied up in 16,500 for athletics, 5,000 for health and fitness, roughly about 5,000 for the general program, which was general program multi-use. Facility administration is really just what it needs to function for this facility at 2,000 square feet. So we're not talking dedicated offices throughout and everything. It's open office work plan, part-time staff plan, as well as a couple dedicated office for those hard discussions, let's call it, that need to be had sometimes. Lobby circulation, we're at a pretty efficient building here, and then all the support that's required for the mechanics and locker room restrooms. And again, to refresh everyone who did have an opportunity or didn't have an opportunity to make it to some of the sessions, and those that you did, to the left is kind of what we're talking about from a gymnasium perspective. Again, perhaps bringing in the translucent light, creating a comfortable feel in there. To the right, the track up above, 2 lanes. One is a walk and the other one is a run jog. Sorry. So you got one larger lane and one tighter lane. Fitness to the left. So we're not talking, you know, pump the weights type fitness to compete with all the vendors and that are in your community from a more high level of fitness, but something that's more community generated fitness that brings people together and gives them an opportunity to work out when they don't feel comfortable going to the clubs that are out there. And then the Group X, again, that's the instructed type of room, and giving yourself an opportunity in here. You can do Tai Chi in here, you could do aerobics in here, you could do dance in here, you could do yoga in here. I mean, there's a myriad of opportunities if you outfit a facility like this right, with the technology and the flooring and the beams up above, where you can do a whole myriad of activities and occupy this space for a good long period of time. And then you could even have remote instructions. That's what the screen is down there. So you could have an instructor in California instructing a class. So you got your own instructors here, but you could have outside consultants as well. The multi-use room, just to give you to the left, it's about the appointments, it's about the flooring there, and about the casework and the ability to store the equipment again. So you can convert it from a multi-use to a creative kids area below. Those rugs are pull rugs, so you don't have to embed it into the floor. You're able to really change up the look of a space like this pretty quickly. Up above to the right is the kitchen that we were talking about that would have, in our minds, a rolling grill that would roll down into the multi-use room, so it could really have that strong connectivity from a demonstration kitchen perspective. And then creating those special areas within the facility that are in nooks and in areas that are really for about gathering and socializing, for the seniors, for the teens, and having them feel comfortable, not only in an active space, but in a social space. And then you can see here some pictures of rooftop gardens that we've worked with on various projects where you could outfit it with patio furniture, and you really can use this as a gathering. You could use it as a group exercise. You could use it as a yoga instruction patio. So there's a myriad of program opportunities when the weather allows to go outside. To the left are some views of solar panels that we've worked on projects where you could really integrate it into the architecture, and it doesn't just have to become a functional solar panel. And then we always talk about a healthy building, right? That's what's to the right over there. And bringing in the right airflow and the right amount of air movement in addition to your mechanical system to create a space that's healthy. And then to the very right, we also talk about, with the rooftop gardens, but if there's a way to connect nature and bring nature into the building, that would be wonderful, especially with a park like Lions Park. There's probably some creative things that we can do, not in a multi-stacked situation like this, but in a 1 to 2 story stack solution where you could bring in a green wall or a garden kind of feature, and even the heritage of your community. So art can play into it as well. So, thinking about all this pulled together, you're here. These are our recommendations, but we're just outfitting you with the information to make informed decisions. So it's really up to you guys at the end of the day at the board and where you want to go with this. But listening to all the public input, embarking on the study as we did, understanding the grant funding that you had available to you, and working with staff, it's our recommendation that there's really two strong options here that really springboarded above all the rest, even though Lauren said, here was a close third, here was a close fourth. And those were, in both instances, to build a community center first, and absolutely to allow for the future of an outdoor pool. In the first recommendation, the community center, the playground, the basketball as it is, and the future outdoor aquatic center would all be at Lions Park, understanding that the ball field that might come as part of that first recommendation, when the outdoor aquatic center goes there, the ball field would need to be relocated. So that's option A, which I'll show you graphically. Option B is a community center with a ball field, and this was all at Lions Park. My apologies if I didn't make that clear. A ball field, a playground, and a basketball court with the future outdoor aquatic center at Jefferson Park. So that never compromises the ball field at Lions Park. Again, these are interchangeable. Both said that both recommendations per the commentary are that the aquatic comes second, though, and that the funds work with the recreation center first. And then I thought, before you guys all ask your questions and everything, it would be appropriate that we show you what the graphics of this could look like. We've tweaked them a little bit, and what the costs are associated with this, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. So, based on all the commentary that we heard, we thought that stay away from the west, try to more center the community center, put it in its upfront location. We believe that there was enough connectivity, enough discussion about the connectivity to the trail system that made sense to us, and it is absolutely a trend out there right now nationally. Parking our cars to what you can do to park for the needs right now, with the hopes that you can get 100 structured stalls across the way, because it's great when you don't have, as the proverbial statement goes, paved paradise to put up a parking lot. But if you need to park on this site, we have the room to do it. So that you could see it with the future that's dashed. It's a little light for you all to see, but it's dashed to the north of the hard gray. And the first piece would be to take care of your community center, your basketball courts back there, and your playground. And then if we could get the parking across the way, then yes, the aquatic center could make it here and park the cars, the future cars for the aquatic center to the north. Thus taking up all the green space, obviously, as you could imagine this when you squint. There would be a lot of pervious area on this site, even though we'd have proper parking and proper bioswales and green space in the parking lot itself. It's still a great deal, but then we buffered the whole west end, and out of an aquatic center to the west versus parking to the west, we're still believers that aquatic center to the west makes better sense because of the hours of operation, lights on all the time, things like that. It's better to put that to the east side here based on the logistics of this site. Good connectivity off of Wildwood, and good face presence of this community center right off of Wildwood as well. So we rotated the building from our initial presentation so it's across the site and has great visibility. The second option brings the community center in its same location, but much of the same pieces are there now, but you have an outdoor ball field and a basketball court that has ample parking. So the future cars really wouldn't be needed unless we couldn't get the structured parking lot across the way. Then we could take care of it on this site, and you might be forced to stick with this option anyway at that point in time if you don't have the 100 dedicated stalls across the way. But this is having the ball field there for the duration, being able to park everything to support the community center, the playground, the basketball court, and the ball field. All these pieces, I want to note on both these site plans, this is conceptual. This is so you know, these are like elements of a program so you can vote and decide that this is the right kind of project to move forward with. Although the particulars, can we make a little bit more green space here or there? That's all negotiable and obviously would be further investigated during the course of design. And then I wanted to show a graphic because it's important. If we say Jefferson Park, well, what does it look like even though we didn't design Jefferson Park? This gives you a feel for the footprint that what we showed at Lions Park would take over Jefferson Park, and the parking's already here, so we wouldn't need to worry about that. That's across the way. So you still have green space there, and you have ample opportunity. Yeah, we take up a little bit more of Jefferson Park, but you're putting in a larger scale aquatic facility with more features and more program opportunities. And when it right now covers your existing Jefferson pool, but it's not vastly different. So the costs, I don't want to get through everything in detail here, but in summary, recommendation A, which has the building cost, the playground, and the basketball court, is slightly less, just slightly less than option B, because we would recommend some improvements to the ball field if we're going to keep it there. Just some minor improvements. Well, your total construction cost is at $15.5 million, and your total project cost is at $17.7 million. Again, this is broad stroke, big picture budget. You know, a lot of refinement needs to go into this. This goes off of our database of information, where the economy's at right now, and there are a lot of variables to this, but it's certainly within reach at that level of cost. And just to talk about soft costs, if you were to take a building and shake it, or a facility and shake it, everything that fell off, that's a soft cost, including myself, furnishings, and anything else that goes along with the legal costs, everything else that goes along with the building. Then the future outdoor aquatic center, we have that just down at today's dollars, $10.3 million for what we depicted there on just some actually very recent bid experiences on 2 different projects. And then on recommendation B, because we added the ball field to it and we thought it would be appropriate to do a little bit more to it, there's like another $100,000 increase to the bottom line number of the total project cost for constructing the ball field, or redefining the ball field a little bit. The playground, the basketball courts, and the future, or the community center would be at $17.825 million as opposed to the $17.771. The outdoor aquatic remains the same because it's the same animal. You know, honestly, if we looked at it with more due diligence and you look at Jefferson Pool and you really were set that way, there's probably some savings there, in all honesty, because you got a hole with an existing pool, right? So there's a little, when you get into the fine details, there's a little less excavation. You have some infrastructure that can be looked at and things like that. So there's probably a little bit of value from a construction standpoint at Jefferson Pool with the infrastructure in place. Not great, but something. So that's that's kind of our presentation in a nutshell here, and I do thank you for your time. Hopefully, we can generate some questions if you all have them, and move from there.
Right. Thank you. You guys are for a good presentation. I know you guys have been at this for a long time, so hopefully
Thank
give
you.
you some direction tonight. Any comments from the board? Trustee Corcoran.
I had a question about the solar panels.
Yeah.
You guys have said you've done projects with solar panels in the past.
Yes.
About how much of the juice for the building do you get out of those usually? Do you have like a rough estimate for how much of the power is provided?
So, roughly, you're going to sell back to the grid, and don't quote me on this, I have to
Alright,
go
I
and
know
look
it's
in all
very,
this thing. You're somewhere down to 15-20%. But you are selling back prime time to the grid, and, you know, it does pay for it, but you don't oversize this either, right? I mean, to get a full facility on solar like this, you'd need miles of this roof, or,
Right.
and a lot of upfront capital that now your 20-something year payback maybe doesn't pay back, because the life cycle time's out on them.
Sure. Yeah, I do like the solar panels, and any green features you guys can go with, I'd approve. I was just curious about how
Okay.
much you get from.
Understand? Yes?
Trustee Kuhlman.
In your numbers, is there some contingency built in, or there is not? And how much is that?
Absolutely, that's a good question. We didn't show you the detail, we've shared the detail with staff, but there is contingency built in. You gotta have at this point, design contingency, and construction contingency, and bid contingency. We have all three. I have to go back to the memory banks, but we're at about 20%.
Okay, 20.
Trustee Solel.
My question, more for possibly you and Mike. We had discussion at our previous meeting about that green space that was out front on Wildwood. Was there any conclusion brought to that?
I believe I've talked to Mr. Polis too, and right now it's not dedicated. The frontage along Wildwood is the space you're referring to,
Right.
Trustee Swell. There's no dedicated use for that. Obviously, I think that's what we're talking about. Those pieces are kind of still pieces, as long as we can agree to the scope of the amenities that we want to see. We can kind of move around those pieces in final site design, but right now there's no dedicated use. There's a little bit, I think, that his thought was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, kind of like a buffer, an entryway, kind of some presentation that way, possibly stormwater storage as we get into the final engineering design, some of those parameters, but it is open for availability.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great place to signage your facility and to have some greenery to your facility, and obviously any entry plaza would be an entry plaza there for vehicular and pedestrian separation. So those are the details we would shake out once the scope is decided upon on this project.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I think you got one down here.
Trustee Kumar.
As I said, I'm very fond of the solar aspect of this, definitely being part of the project. But a couple of other questions about the baseball field itself. So you had two options. One is basically the baseball field as is, staying there. And that's kind of presuming that we put the pool there in the future, and so we do not improve the baseball field. And the second option, B, was actually you're improving the baseball field because it stays there, and kind of we think about Jefferson as the pool site. Is that the
That is a
the
correct,
philosophy?
that is
Yeah.
the philosophy, and that doesn't mean things can't change, but that is the philosophy right now.
Okay. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
piece together.
instead of putting money to something that you're convinced you're going to go to differently, or take over, why spend the money? But that's up to you all to decide.
Okay, and that's one aspect. Another aspect is there are two fields, I think, there at present, and then we will be losing a field. So
Yeah.
this is more not a question for you, but more probably our parks people, that we will have to consider putting that field elsewhere for our baseball players. And I think that's more towards Parks and Rec to figure out where we find the space for that. Yeah.
Our Parks and Rec Director, Golub.
Good evening, thank you. One of the thoughts was we wouldn't keep two buildings. The Iowa Community Center would have to be raised. And Superintendent Roche did an overlay of Twin Lakes and Lions ball fields, and they would fit in that location. And we've discussed that with Villa Park Youth Baseball as well. So that would be a location where we consider adding another baseball field.
And quickly, since you're up there, so there is a concern, I'm sure, by our citizens about the pool in the future and where the funds come from. Do we have any idea what our incentive is or where we're going with that in terms of the future? From Parks and Rec, do they have any idea where these funds are going to come from or what they're planning?
Well, I know some of the money is in the cannabis. That's a little bit. We'd have to make a decision on where to raise the $10 million or $11 million or $9 million down in the future. Jefferson Pool, Brian has done a really good job of maintaining a lot of the deficiencies that were noted by the pool assessment back 6 years ago, 7 years ago, 9 years ago maybe now. So we've taken care of a lot of those deficiencies. It is an old building, but it's still in pretty good shape to run. We've done epoxy paint on the shell. We've saved on water loss that area, but the baby pool does have some water loss yet. And
so do we have an opinion of how long, with the improvements, that we can sustain Jefferson Pool as is?
Well, that's hard to say. You know, you can't see into the future. The shell's in pretty good shape with the epoxy. The problem with the old pool, Lovekin Pool, was we had a liner, and those liners last about 10 years, and that was probably 13 to 15 years old, and that failed, and the infrastructure, the piping failed. So we don't have a liner at Jefferson. It's strictly the concrete shell with paint. So it's still in decent shape. Like I said, the baby pool with some of the amenities are causing some water loss, so we've turned off those amenities to save on water. We redid the roof. We've redid the bathhouse. So those things are pretty sound. But you can't see in the future. You never know if something might pop up. You know, we've replaced the water heater. We've done a lot of work over there.
So maybe like 5 years or so we would be good.
I'm confident we can get definitely 5 years, if not more, probably more. But
And there has been discussion about that TIF on Ardmore. You know, once Garden Station goes, there'll be some money coming in there, and Jefferson is part of that TIF.
TIF, yeah,
So,
that's
you know,
good too.
So we have discussed that too. And I know that with the input that we've had with some of the business leaders, you know, about concerns about traffic, some of the residents had concern about losing an amenity on the north end of town. We wouldn't lose the amenity over at Jefferson if we were to put the pool there. It is nice to have a pool with a rec center, but it can be done on the other side of town. Villa Park's not that big. It's not Naperville where you have to travel 20 minutes to get to the other side of town. So.
You could probably still bike it from one to another, honestly speaking. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I know that staff is looking for some direction, and I think from what Williams Architecture has put out and from the surveys, it appears that the rec center is pretty much like the go-to option here, either 1 or 1A, I believe, with the basketball courts and keeping the baseball field, and actually I'm in favor of that too. So I think if we can just get just a consensus from the board on which way Williams can go, so that we can get going on this and get the grant money, get that grant down there by the end of March. And it still gives you plenty of time to work on your drawings, correct?
Yes, for the grant submission, yes, and we would come in front of you again and present the synthesis of, and I wouldn't even call that final, but the synthesis or the evolution of what's come from here to what kind of crystallizes, so you can get a proper description and a proper submittal with the proper finances backing it up.
Yeah. So I don't know how we want to just, let's go with the option that Williams is proposing, which was, I think we're calling it 1A.
1A and B, I think.
Yeah,
right?
there's A and B.
A and B.
A and B.
I think it's 1 and
We have to pick one. 1A is what.
Yeah, I think
1A is gone, it's just A and B.
It's just A and B, okay.
Yeah, A is, you know, you're going to really strongly consider the aquatic center here
Yep.
at Lions. I'd say here
No.
in this proximity. or you're going to say, you know what, we're really going to focus on the ball field, maybe do some minor improvements, and we could still come back here with an aquatic center, but our thought is we're going to move it to Jefferson.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes, this is Trustee Murphy. I would like to propose that we take the discussion on the aquatic center and pen that until after April. I had a private meeting, as did the majority of the board this week, to further discuss the results of the survey. And if I'm understanding correctly, the determination was there will be no difference in the proposed rec center configuration and location regardless of whether we put the aquatic center at Lyons or at Jefferson. So for the sake of time and agreement, I would propose that we move forward with the rec center, and that would be irregardless of which location in the future we were to decide to put the aquatic center.
I agree. Trustee Kumar.
I think that's basically recommendation A, because recommendation B is pretty much the same, just a little bit of extensive ball field, changes, which can we do that in retrospect, do that later? Does it have to be done now?
No.
No. So, I mean, if you do A, you can always tweak B. It looks, tweak it to B.
Yeah.
I know I've talked to Director Gola, and yes, I think the consensus is to put any options that we might think of in the scope, so that's all eligible for the grant funding and the bond funding. If we get to maybe what we call value engineering, those sort of things where we might need to look for cuts, we could maybe do some of the ball field improvements in-house, utilizing staff, equipment, those sort of things as well. So, I mean, if that pleases, I mean, if you go with the ball field option, we can always throw it in, and then when we get into final design, those aspects, if we need to value engineer, we can look at what components could maybe be done with internal staff to save on some of the costs.
So A would be kind of okay, and internal staff could do the B stuff, is what you're kind of saying. If necessary.
If you choose with B, and we cannot, I would say we cannot achieve it within the cost of the bonds that were issuance and the grant funding, we could look at some of those opportunities to do it. Typically with these sort of grants, what I think we're bringing forward back would be a little bit more of a detailed site plan with the actual kind of footprints. The interior layouts that we've seen back to the 14th with the actual defined scope that we'll be applying the grant for, and a little bit more detailed estimates. As we said, this is kind of general estimations. I know they've done a lot of work. William's done a lot of work. They have a lot of things, so there's a lot of background to this. It's not just full of numbers, but we will break it out a little bit more for the grant application, and then bring it back on the 14th of March for final approval. But my recommendation would be to include all amenities such as the ball field, and that way we can always look at value engineering a little bit later date if we don't have enough funding at that time.
Also include recommendation B, it would be your recommendation. Okay, I understand.
So we got that. The consensus will be for recommendation B as recommended by Williams Architect. Korkanecki.
Wait, can we take a time out on that? The word, I thought the B talked about Jefferson. I'm confused.
I think there's a point that you made. You don't have to make a decision that Jefferson is the place for the pool. You can make that at a later time, but concept B to include all those amenities at Lions Park would probably be the way to go, is what I heard here. If I got it right, listening to Mike.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the terminology of A and B and the understanding that everybody is clear on what we're talking about.
I think it's an update of the ball field is the only thing I see that's a big difference between A and B.
Right, and then you're holding off on the selection of where the pool goes.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's what I'm in favor of.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Okay, we all good on that? All right.
Okay, ready for consensus? Okay.
Yes.
Trustee Solella?
Yes, for option B.
Yes, option B. This is what the consensus is for. Okay, Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
Trustee Petrick?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
President Kazan?
Yes. Okay, so we have a consensus, so let's get this thing built.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
for all your effort. Appreciate it.
Is that the final, what the
No.
building's gonna be?
No.
No.
That, I introed that in the very
Okay,
beginning.
sorry.
This is just a concept of all the program elements.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, I was wondering if there's going to be questions for the public. I missed some of the other meetings, and I lived on Euclid over there for 47 years, and we've had a water problem there all that time there, and I was wondering if you mentioned the word water, is there going to be any water that comes off those baseball fields there? It floods our yards every year, and I was just wondering if there was some thought put into that.
There will be stormwater considerations that has to be done for construction, for county permits. So yeah, stormwater will be taken care of.
Yeah, our yards turn brown with the clay from the baseball fields. And,
Yeah, that will be all addressed. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to consent agenda. Item 6A, minutes from the January 24th, 2022 public hearing and village board meeting, and the special meeting of the village board of trustees held on February 3rd, 2022. Item 6B, bill listings for the weeks of January 24th, 2022, January 31st, 2022, and February 7th, 2022, in a total amount of $1,178,622.24. And we have a motion on the floor.
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Corkery, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Trustee Murphy? Any questions or comments? Trustee Murphy?
Yes, this is Trustee Murphy. I just want to confirm that we are integrating into our discussion. We're okay with approving this, even based on Cheryl Tucker's input, and we will move forward with reviewing that, and if a change is required, that will be followed up on. And
That is correct, yeah. The amount is the same, it's just which GL registry it'll go to.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Clerk Konecki?
Okay, Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Salella?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
President Kazone?
Yes. Okay, that passes. That will move to item 7, ordinance. Item 7A, an ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, Dupage County, Illinois, granting a special use to install an electronic message display panel at 1334 South Villa Avenue. Dr. Rivera.
Yes. The New Life Bible Church, the New Life Bible Chapel proposes to modify the existing freestanding monument sign located at the southeast corner of the property. The proposed plans indicate removing the existing cabinet and installing a new electric message display with a static digital print. The existing concrete pad and masonry base will remain. The sign will measure approximately 5 feet in height and has measured from grade and 8 feet wide. The electronic message display will measure approximately 1 1/2 feet by 6 feet. The proposed sign will not exceed the maximum size allowed for a freestanding sign and electronic message display. However, the village code requires a special use for the approval of electronic message board display on signs occupied by institutional use.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion on this? Trustee Patrick?
Mr. President, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Corkery? Okay, any questions or comments? And Planning and Zoning did approve this, right?
Correct.
Okay, Clerk Konecki?
Okay, Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Salella?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
President Kazone?
Yes. Moving to 7B, an ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, Dupage County, Illinois, authorizing the publication of the revised 2022 zoning map. Director.
Each year, the village is required to publish the zoning map by March 31st. Previously, we've already approved the village board, or the zoning map with amendments, and I apologize as we had discovered an error as we left off a property. So therefore, we're bringing it back before the board's consideration to include the rezoning of the block bounded by East Vermont Street, North Beverly Avenue, West Terrace Street, and North Ardmore Avenue, otherwise the property known as 403 to 409 North Beverly, from the plan unit development commercial mixed use TOD district MX1 Mixed Residential District 1, MXR-R1, and Mixed Use Residential District 2, MXR2, and changing that to Mixed Use TOD District MX1 was approved. That was approved in ordinance number 4228. Additionally, a special use for the planned unit development that was approved for the property known as 351 through 415 North Ardmore Avenue, the property known as 350 to 416 North Beverly Avenue, the property known as 403 to 409 North Beverly Avenue, is referenced in the ordinance number 4229 as well. And then zoning from PUDC, planned unit development commercial, to M1 light industrial was approved, and then the previous adoption of the zoning map for the property known as 1033 North Villa Avenue, referred to ordinance number 4261. So this is adding the additional properties that's kind of known as Garden Station or the Hawthorne development, which was accidentally excluded in the previous approval.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have a motion for this ordinance? Trustee Kumar.
I will make that motion.
Okay, we have a second?
I'll second
Trustee Murphy.
it.
Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, Clerk Konecki, please.
Okay, trustee Kozar,
Yes.
trustee Corkery,
Yes.
trustee Salella.
Yes.
Trustee Patrick.
Yes.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
President Kazel.
Yes. We're on to item 8A, resolution of the Village of Villa Park, Dupage County, Illinois, approving the purchase of a 2022 Elgin Pelican sweeper through the Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Program in an amount not to exceed $245,751. Mr. Guerra.
The Public Works staff has identified vehicle number 77, which is our 15-year-old Elgin Pelican sweeper for replacement. The staff requests approval for the purchase of the 2022 Elgin Pelican sweeper through the Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Program in an amount not to exceed $245,751. Funding was planned in the budget and will be taken out of the Equipment Replacement Fund, account number 65-502-02401. And if you, this is obviously, we've had an old sweeper, and as part of this is, we've been working with a local vendor, Standard Equipment, who offered the Sourcewell bid price. They have it on stock, so this would be able to actually be in our possession within the next couple of months, so.
Okay. Good, thank you. Okay, do we have a motion for the ordinance?
Make the motion.
Trustee Salella, we have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Corkery? Okay, any questions or comments? Trustee Kumar?
No, I think there's a comment over there.
I'm sorry?
I think Kevin had.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Patrick?
Thank you. Just a quick question for you. What is going to happen with the old street sweeper?
So staff and I have evaluated any possible uses for it. Obviously, the sweeper is not in the greatest of shape, so the resale value and I think scrap value is very minimal. So the plan use is to keep it in inventory, to utilize as a backup and maybe some sweeping ability during heavy times such as the fall with leaves, to try to be a little bit more efficient until such time that it's really totally inoperable, which might only be into this year. Then we would surplus the property and salvage it.
Do we incur any kind of insurance costs associated with keeping it active?
I think the value of that's probably minimal, that any insurance cost would be very minimal to the village.
And then at what point will that vehicle then go to auction?
It'd probably be depending on the usefulness. We had several issues with the several issues with the engine, which our fleet department did a fabulous job of kind of maintaining that life for the end of last year. So I would anticipate probably this fall, after this fall sweeping, would probably be looking to surplus that property.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Salella?
Just a question on maintenance items. I'm sure this piece of equipment isn't much different than what we have. They've been cloning them for about 40 years. So our brooms and side brooms and stuff like that interchangeable to our old standby, so we don't have to double stock equipment to maintain it, basically.
Correct. Yeah, this is the same model. So any spare parts in terms of the brooms, brushes, are interchangeable. They use the same ones. Obviously, we only keep a minimal amount. The great thing is Standard has moved within the village, who is usually our vendor that we require that, and so they've been very helpful with us, and we have them right here so that if we need parts, we can get them pretty quickly.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Kozar?
I don't have a problem with purchasing this, but I'm just curious, how often are these street sweepers utilized? Is it like once a week, once every other week?
So, per our NPDS permit, we, for a stormwater MS4 permit, which is through the Dupage County, we street sweep the village streets at least 4 times a year. Obviously, it kind of depends on weather. Right now, with the cold, we don't sweep. So typically, our sweeping season's from April through November, December, depending on weather and leaves. I know in the fall, they're usually daily, as we have staffing available. Obviously, if we have emergency operations that need to occur, at times we'll lose our sweeper. But it's, I would say, typically from April to November, once a week at least, if not daily, depending on the season.
Are these larger pieces of equipment that we purchase for the village, is that something that we could consider like an intergovernmental agreement? Like Villa Park and Lombard, buy a machine, they maintain the machine, they split the cost? Is there benefit to that?
That's something we can explore. I know with these, most of the villages utilize them at such a manner that it's probably not as beneficial to utilize it, because like with ours, we need staffing, so staffing ability, and we do get a lot of use out of this piece of equipment. But then we do go through the source well, which is a competitive bidding requirement, so it is competitively bid. But in terms of other equipment, we could look at looking into cooperatives on some of the pieces of equipment.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, Clerk Kornacki.
Okay, trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Salela?
Yes.
Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
President Kazal?
Yes. Item 8B, a resolution of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, approving an agreement with Liftoff LLC for the installation and purchase of Microsoft Office 365 software licenses not to exceed $63,942. Mr. Guerrero.
Yes. The village has become increasingly reliant on technology for all aspects of services. Currently, the village relies on Microsoft software to run its on-premise network, including all desktop computers and servers. The Exchange server is scheduled for replacement, and all desktop computers need to be upgraded to the new version of Microsoft Office. Instead of replacing the equipment or upgrading the software, staff is recommending migrating to Microsoft Office 365, which is Microsoft's monthly subscription-based cloud email and software platform. Microsoft Office or Microsoft 365 will replace the need to replace and upgrade existing infrastructure, and will also provide more security enhancements such as multi-factor authentication. The proposed agreement with Liftoff LLC includes 240 licenses for the anticipated annual cost of $51,942 and a one-time implementation cost fee of $12,000. Staff is bringing forward before the board as we receive notice that beginning March 1st, the annual subscription cost will be increased approximately $7,000 per year. And as indicated, this is and upgrades that are scheduled to be upcoming in the next year or so. So this is brought forth as consideration as possible future savings because this will be for a 3-year term.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion? Trustee Kumar?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Corkery. Questions? Trustee Kumar?
So, implementation, we're paying them $12,000 to basically install this software for everybody? Is that the thing?
Correct, and if you may, I can bring
Yes.
up our IT Director Sawyer, and he can probably speak more intelligently on that.
Hi, good evening. I can speak to that. The $12,000 is to set up most of the back end, the synchronization, everything in the cloud that would enable us to do all the security aspects, the syncing, the tie-in to Microsoft. It would encompass training. I could also do training, but it would be myself and other IT installing the Office on the local computers.
A couple of questions about that. So this is a one-time fee. So once we get Microsoft installed 365, it renews itself every year. So and this is for 3 years, the licenses, or they're for a single year?
So the pricing is guaranteed and locked for 3 years. It will go up March 1st, but we can lock in at the lower rate
For 3
After
years.
3 years, we would have to budget probably 10% more.
Okay, so this is a yearly cost, but.
Correct.
Yeah, but it's, a yearly cost, but it's cheaper now because you're locking in the price.
Yes.
For 3 years. But this 12,000 is a one-time cost.
Correct.
Okay, so.
Okay. Trustee Corkery.
You know about what the cost would be to purchase the newest version of Microsoft Office instead of switching to 365? Is it comparable or?
What was that again? To purchase?
Are they still releasing new versions of Office that you can purchase, or is it going subscription only?
They are. This is supposedly the last version that you can purchase outright. Everything is moving towards a subscription model or software as a subscription. Yes, I do have the fixed cost. So right now our version is 6 years old. We can upgrade to 2022. Just for Office, it's 84,600. And then we need Exchange server to go hand in hand with that is another 22,000 at minimum. You need to do both those.
Right.
And that would lock us in at that software, so then you're not going to be on the current version. And as well as all these other benefits that I had listed out there that didn't come with the 365 subscription.
Right. And Microsoft has said that this is the last Office that you can purchase?
Correct.
Okay. That's it for me.
Nice try.
To add on,
Hey, money is money.
Mr. Short has also indicated that with 365, we can maybe eliminate 2 other subscriptions that we obtain annually, which is our Barracuda, which is our email software or security software, and then our 2-factor authentication, which right now we're paying about $12,000 yearly for the Barracuda software and about $6,500 for the 2-factor authentication. So the 365 will take into account reduction in those annual subscriptions by being incorporated into Office 365, in addition with enhanced features that don't come with the standalone one-time licenses.
Yep. Yes.
So the software obviously is going to be bundled with a lot more than you had before then. Or is
yes.
that- yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
a lot more features, a lot more capabilities. Like Director Guerrero said, we have to do multi-factor authentication to renew our cyber insurance coverage. So whether we get this or not, we have to purchase that and implement that. But again, we can eliminate 3 servers in-house, move more data to the cloud. It gives people access to files remotely a lot easier, sharing capabilities easier. The mailbox size is a big deal. We're capped by that. So that kind of eliminates that. And you can kind of, since we're a government, you can kind of ask Microsoft to increase the size if you need it. And they're very lenient on that, yeah.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, Clerk Kornecki.
Okay.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Salela?
Yes.
Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
President Cassell?
Yes. Move on to item 8C, resolution of Village of Villa Park, Dupage County, Illinois, approving the purchase of a biometric fingerprint system in the amount of $23,800. Manager Guerrero.
Yes, the current software used for the police department's fingerprinting scans is no longer supported is no longer supported with software upgrades and is needing replacement. Any replacement device would need to integrate into the current reporting, writing, and record-keeping software used by the department. After significant research by staff, they are recommending the approval of the purchase of a 1 iTouch biometric palm and 10 print live scan device, along with the associated warranties in the amount of $23,830. And I should say this was budgeted in this year's budget.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Patrick.
Mr. President, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, we have a second?
I'll
Trustee
second.
Salela. Okay, any questions or comments? Trustee Kumar.
The warranties you spoke about, what's the warranty?
I'm sorry?
The warranties, he spoke about warranties.
The warranty.
And I believe Police Chief Rivas can probably speak to the warranties.
Absolutely. The warranty is in the amount of $1,980. Would just be the extended warranty. Typically, it's the software and hardware is 3 years. And the additional time for the warranty, do we know?
As of now, I don't think so. We can always extend it. I think that's what we did the first time. We did like a 2 or 3 year, and then you can extend it, as long as they support it.
Right, and also part of the bid was also for maintenance, so if there's any kind of breakdown, they can remote in, and then also if there's any hardware, we can ship that out for an additional, well, $1,980, which is also in the same bid.
And the last similar software, similar piece of equipment, how long did we have it?
About 5 years.
5 years.
But I've been a part of a department that had one for 8 years, had one for 10 years, so hopefully we can get as long as possible with this hardware.
I was just
and
wondering
software.
with the warranty and everything.
Right.
Okay. Trustee Murphy.
Yes, I'm in favor of making the purchase. I just want to acknowledge Cheryl Tucker's comment in relation to both this and any other recurring purchases that tend to come up somewhat frequently, to make every effort that we can to ensure they on some replacement budget, so that we don't end up in situations which occasionally we have in the past where we're in need to replace something and we've not budgeted for it. So I'm hoping that we'll be cognizant of the lifespan of all of our purchases and integrate a replacement opportunity somewhere in a budget.
Yep,
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Clerk Kornacki.
Okay, Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
Trustee Petrick?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Salela?
Yes.
President Kozlowski?
Yes. Move on to item 9, public comments on non-agenda items. Kornacki, do we have anyone signed up?
Yes, we do. For non-agenda, Connie Alfano.
Good evening, Karina Alfano. I'm from
Karine.
South Monterey Avenue. Thank you all very much for your service to our village, and I want you to know that I speak today out of respect and care for our community. I want to thank the trustees who stayed true to the focus on transparency and brought to the public some really disheartening information on the interim village manager. If transparency is the goal, and I have heard that word tossed around by trustees time and time again, then we must understand that there will be information we do not like, we don't want to hear, and sometimes there will even be actions we should not condone that will be forced into the discussion when the discussion is focused on the business, the interest, and the care for our community. Tough conversations stem from this type of transparency, and as a resident, I feel compelled to add to that conversation after reading a Patch article dated February 3rd of this year. When I read in this article that our village president says our interim village manager was, quote, forthright, very forthright, end quote, with information, and that our village president believes this matter is, quote, eventually going to get dismissed, end quote, I had to take a pause before collecting my thoughts out of sheer shock. This matter is already seemingly dismissed by our village president, and I believe our community deserves leaders who expect good judgment and moral character as a baseline for employment. These traits matter in our modest village. We deserve to have leaders who won't publicly dismiss a serious matter over what may be personal feelings for a friend or a village employee. Going on record with a dismissive attitude only supports any kind of DV situation, whether meaning to or not. That quote in the article, along with well-timed absences from village attorneys who either weren't told there was a meeting or decided not to do the job as a legal rep for our village, leads me to believe that transparency is an inconvenience for some on our village board. It seems like more of the good old boy mentality and less like careful and considerate care for our community. I urge the board to do its due diligence in the search for a permanent village manager so we can find the best and the brightest leaders, not the most convenient or the ones who some in the community are now led to believe is the one who knows where the proverbial bones are buried. I am also curious as to why we are hiring or entertaining the idea of hiring folks from far away and not local. I'm not sure if we have a residence clause, but neighboring towns understand that to build your community, you keep your money in town as much as possible. We need to talk about that approach as well. Thank you very much for your time and letting me be a part of that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and also have Bob Wagner.
Good evening, Bob Wagner, 114 West Monroe. I'm here on behalf of the Environmental Concerns Commission. And I wanted to let the village board know and the members of the public know that the Environmental Concerns Commission is seeking nominations for the Green Champion Award. And this is an award that the Environmental Concerns Commission gives out every year. It began in 2016. It was an effort to recognize exceptional concern or work in several different areas: energy efficiency, renewable energy, conservation of natural resources, recycling programs, water conservation, transportation, etc. And our last year's recipient was Ken Jacobson, who was a member of the original Environmental Control Board before we even had curbside recycling, and many of you know that he runs the electronics recycling every third Saturday. So he was very deserving. He was one of our recipients. So how do you nominate someone? If you go to the Commission's webpage on the village's website, at the very bottom you'll see links where you can actually print out an actual form. And I'm going to hand the clerk these. I had printed out some actual forms, and I think there's enough for every board member. There's also a link where you can make an electronic submission for the Green Champion Award. And so we're hoping that we'll get those by March 17th. That's kind of our soft deadline, but we absolutely need them by our meeting in March. And typically in the past, we've presented the award at the village board meeting closest to Earth Day, which would be, this year would be April 25th, and hopefully that works for scheduling for the board. So if you know someone who's deserving, who you think would be a good nominee, we hope that you'll, fill out the application either electronically or prepare a hard copy and get that to us as well. And just want to mention that our spring sweep, which is going to be our fourth one this year, will be Saturday, May 21st, from 9 a.m. to noon, and I understand Assistant Village Manager Susan McVeigh will be facilitating our first meeting on February 24th. So we're looking forward to getting started with that effort. It's always a great undertaking. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.
That's all.
That's all? Do we have any other public comments?
Good evening. Leslie Allison, CI with the Fund Commission. And I'm here today because it is Valentine's Day. And I know that some of the trustees got Christmas presents that weren't very nice. So this, for Valentine's Day, I have decided to show a little love and present each of you, and that includes everybody.
Okay, excuse me. Leslie?
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 Yes?
You have to show me first what you're doing, okay? You can't just pass things out.
I'm giving out kisses.
Thank you.
Good grief.
Thank you.
In addition, I also brought People magazine. You like to
Put
see
them
that?
all
Yeah, those
there.
just give those and stuff.
So that each one of you can have a copy of that. Because the Fund Commission made it into People magazine, which is a national publication. That's the kind of publicity this village needs, not the kind of publicity that we got in that Patch article. And like Carrie, I also do not think that you are fit to be our village manager. Being a woman who has been abused, I take this very seriously. And I don't know how our village president thinks he knows that this is going to be dismissed. Unless you're a lawyer, or unless you're a fortune teller, I certainly hope that this system is not rigged so that men can continue to abuse women and walk away with it. Because I, for one, will not stand it. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hi. I just wanted to say I'm sorry I was not planning to speak, but based on the conversation that we just had regarding this patch article, I just wanted to make sure we set it straight.
Please state your name and
Vicki
sign in.
Flaskamp. There you go. They didn't sign in. The patch article did not say that President Couzone stated that it was going to go away. He stated that it was a police officer at the scene that said it was going to go away. So I think we need to make sure that that is clear. Secondly, it is an allegation. It is not charged. He has not been convicted by any means. In this country, we are innocent until proven guilty. And at this point in time, and our manager has not been, he's been charged, but he has not been proven guilty. So I think we all need to really take a step back and realize that everybody here can probably be in the same sort of position in some way, shape, or form. So let's make sure we go with the process, we see the process through, and we develop what we see what the outcome is. So that's it. So I just wanted to make that clarification and making sure, and no, there is no reason for anyone to be battered. I definitely can say to that. So, but I just want to make sure that we are clear on the facts and that everything is clear. So thank you, and thank you for being forthright with them. They knew about it. It wasn't hidden. There was nothing to be hidden. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, we did have one email that was sent in.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I wasn't going to come up here, but I think that it deserves another thing. This is directed to the people of Villa Park. We have, here in the last 2 months, in 2022, we have seen law CB 1480 of the Illinois Department of Human Rights put into question. I know that Trustee Kozar knows about that law, seeing he's a lawyer. We have watched Director Guerrera having to step into a position of intern village manager, something I'm sure he did not plan on doing when he was hired in April of 2020. Because 4 of our trustees decided it was in the best interest of the village of Villa Park to terminate the employment contract of the village manager and put Richard Keener on a 60-day paid administration leave. As far as I can tell, Director Guerrero has done an outstanding job in the position since he took over a little over a month ago, especially considering he has been faced with the job of not only running the village, but needing to replace 6 village staff positions, not to mention the village has been short-staffed due to the pandemic. I don't know about the rest of the people of Villa Park, but with so many important issues in 2022 needing to be taken care of in Villa Park, I would like to see some of our trustees we have voted in to start acting in the best interests of the people of Villa Park instead of using their position to fulfill their own personal agendas and trying to run the village because they think they can do it a better job than the staff. They need to let our village staff do the job we paid them to do under the now guidance of our director, Michael Guerrero, and hopefully soon we will get a new village manager to handle our village, and he will be able to go back to his position he was hired to do.
Thank you. Okay, we did get an email from a resident, Diane Blair Sherlock, and she requested that we read this. I suppose I can read the whole thing. I'm aware that there is an executive session scheduled tonight which may include discussion on the interim village manager. The village website references a Mr. Guerrera as the interim village manager. However, there has been no vote to name Mr. Guerrera the interim village manager. I have heard discussion that this assumption that Mr. Guerrera is the interim manager is based on Article VA Assistant Village Manager of the Code. However, nowhere in the village code or this section provides for the assumption of the role of interim village manager by the assistant manager, and in fact, if it did, the code should have so provided so the board would have known that their votes on an assistant manager could result in his automatic ascension into the role of manager. In fact, the ordinance provides that the assistant derives his power as determined by the village manager, and the plain language presumes the village manager's absence is temporary, not permanent, as it is for times of absence or disability and not a vacant office. As you all know, in the managerial form of government, the role of the village manager is quite powerful. As such, even an interim appointment should require thorough and thoughtful vetting and public hearing. Code provides that the village manager shall be appointed by the president and board of trustees voting jointly. This has not happened and creates great concern. For the foregoing reason, I believe that any actions of the assistant village manager that are assuming powers not delegated to him by the village manager would be illegal and invalid. Further, the representation that the assistant village manager as interim manager is legally and factually incorrect and should be removed from the village website. Terms assistant and interim are not synonymous. The board must vote as interim village manager, as it is a separate position requiring authority that exceeds those of the assistant. I urge the board to not only consult legal counsel, but begin a real open and public search for the most qualified interim village manager, and that the board vote on same, as we are currently without one. If the assistant village manager ends up the board's choice, so be it, but the board is not chosen. Just a couple things. That the assistant village manager that was moved, it was the administrative officer that was moved up, and the board did vote on that. So that's it. Okay. With that, we will move to item 10, commission reports. Village. Oh, sorry. I'll let you do it.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a different approach, I think, under the guidance of Ms. Wolf. This is we're bringing up the board's consideration of the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations for the zoning text amendments to Article 6, Section 6.12 regarding outdoor stage containers and non-residential property, and to provide the direction to our village attorney on the final action of the board for the drafting of the ordinance. On attendance, we do have our chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission, Jason Jarrett, here, who can also provide, I believe, insight and discussion on how they came up with the recommendations. As was presented, I believe they considered 12 different amendments to the existing text, and from the Planning and Zoning, they've come back with 3 recommendations for modifications. But knowing that this has been a topic that's been ongoing for several months and very important, we felt it was best to approach this as a discussion to provide Ms. Wolf with directions on how to draft the ordinance. And if Your Honor, I can turn it over to Mr. Jarrett.
Thanks. Good evening. So we had the changes that came back to us. We've been working through those bit by bit. A couple of those have already come back to you and been voted on. This is the next section. And just in a way of update, the 3 that are outstanding are relatively simple. While they probably will not be on our next meeting agenda because of turnover of staff and the projects that are up for review, we should probably be able to get those in one meeting, possibly 2, but probably 1. So we're still well ahead of schedule on those. So on these particular items, we went through this list of 12 items, and we recommended a 8-0 vote to replace 6.1285. So that is, no temporary outdoor storage container may remain on the subject property for more than 90 consecutive days per year. That was previously 60 days. The recommendation was 90. We decided that fit pretty well with what was what our standards are. The other 8-0 vote for replacing is essentially we're modifying the dimensions. So these dimensions that are here are a standard 20-foot shipping container. That's what those dimensions fit. They're slightly different than what came to us in the recommendation, but those numbers were a little bit arbitrary. These are the actual dimensions of a 20-foot shipping container. One that we had a split vote on, which is the occupancy permit for outdoor seating. Currently, we do not allow outdoor seating in public right-of-way or private property between, in the winter months, December, January, February. What we voted in favor of 5-3 was breaking that up into what could be done on the private property and what could be done on the public right-of-way. In private property, we thought one permit, one review process for occupancy was adequate. Currently, if you have outdoor seating on private property, you have to have a permit annually. This would make that a one-time process, and you could keep the seating up year-round. You would still be subject to any review as far as condition, anything that staff could cite a property for at any time, but you'd be able to keep it up year-round. On public right-of-way, which we don't have a lot of seating for currently, example that I thought of is Standard Meadery. They did have some, but you could theoretically see it along Villa Avenue or some other places like that. We think having that removed in the winter months because of snow clearance and requiring an annual permit because it is in the public right-of-way is a logical way to proceed on that. To be clear on the 5-3 vote, the 3 that voted against it were actually in favor of that 12-month, the differentiation between public and private. They didn't care that a private business could keep up the seating year-round. They were fine with that. They just thought there should be an annual permit process for that, which there currently is. On the other, I'll try to make these quick, a few seconds on each. So going through the ones that we did not incorporate in our motion, the first one was for 90-day display of seasonal items, such as garden and patio equipment. 2 issues with striking that. One is it's a permitted temporary use. So striking that would actually make it not a permitted temporary use, so you couldn't do it at all. The reason that we didn't want to strike the 90 days is enforcement. And also, so think of like Jules Garden Center. If there's no date, they can keep that up year-round using parking spaces on their property. And additionally, it becomes an extension of their business use into the outdoor areas where it wasn't necessarily anticipated. Probably the next one here, no entertainment, whether live or recorded or otherwise, is permitted in outdoor seating areas. We had some discussion on that. The general consensus on that is that there's not really a consensus. We have, there is some conflict between nuisance ordinances, definitions of what entertainment is. Some of that lives in the zoning ordinance, which we control, which I should say we review. But a lot of it lives in the village code at large, which we have no control over. And so we think if something's going to be done with that, it kind of needs to start at the top, determine what the political will is in that. Do you guys want to have some sort of licensing system where you can allow certain businesses to not have to come in every time they want to have an outdoor concert? But for us to sit down and spend several meetings hashing out how that might work if there's no political will for that to happen is quite frankly wasted time. So I would recommend that you guys talk about that internally and decide where you think we should go with that. That 3 is the one we requested a change. Maybe no more than 1 temporary outdoor storage container per property. There are a number of ways a property owner could have more than one through a variation process or dealing with staff directly. But we don't think that the average business should have more than 1 temporary outdoor storage container. And to be clear, all these that we voted not to include, it was unanimous on the part of the Planning and Zoning Commission. There was no dissent. Let's see, that was in favor. Temporary outdoor storage containers must be placed only on a driveway or other hard surface. Staff was adamant that that one needs to stay. That goes back at least 2 community development directors. We are 2 because these things weigh tons. When you put tons of equipment in them, a month or 2 in the mud and freeze-thaw cycle, and it's not a pleasant thing. temporary outdoor storage containers may not be used for the purpose of conducting business, should be placed with granted occupancy for the permit. I'm not going to get into language on that. It's a minor difference in language. They mean essentially the same thing. We did not see a need to go through changing that again. Placed on a paved surface, again, we did not think that should be struck for permanent. Certainly not for permanent. They need to be on a paved surface. Screened from public view with a privacy screen, landscaping or similar methods. The request was to add painted to the end of that. Two issues with that. One, they're painted. Every shipping container is painted. And the or similar methods is intended to allow the village staff to determine, is it adequately screened, to give them wide latitude. So we're not necessarily requiring a fence if it's in a backyard, but it is designed to blend in. Let's see. Again, the 11, that's similar to the one above on temporary. And then again, 12, it's a slight change in direction, but as staff has notified here, as noted here, that was actually picked up when it was codified and put into the village code. So that one actually is correct. So those are why we made the changes, the recommendations that we did. So if there are any questions, I'm here to answer them, but hopefully that gets the point across on all those.
Hey, thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Corkery.
I do have one question about the outdoor entertainment ordinance. I think this one's probably for our attorney, because I know there's some provisions against bringing things before the board more than once. If we vote on this now, are we going to have to wait till we have a new session to bring that back up and look at that in more detail? How does that work? If we want some kind of licensure for...
So it's my understanding that the board hasn't taken final action on the recommended zoning provisions that are before you at this time. What will happen today is the board will provide a consensus regarding the different items that were addressed here and subject to the public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission. And at that time, at the next meeting, an ordinance will come before this board for action, official action, and that will be the first time that the board will be taking a final action, it's my understanding, on these matters.
And if we want to go back and, in a couple months, take another look at outdoor entertainment licensing or whatever, we can still do that?
Absolutely. There's nothing that would stop the village from petitioning for a future text amendment within the same provisions here.
Thank you.
Sure.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes, I just want to piggyback off of that a little. We've had, I think, with both our previous board and maybe with this board, conversations about that definition of entertainment. And I'm in complete agreement with the commission and some of the conversation that we've had. I would be in favor right now of not to strike it, keep it as is, but I am in favor of further conversation in whatever form we need to bring further clarification to entertainment, so we could potentially revisit some opportunities on that one.
Okay. Trustee Kumar, did you have anything? Okay. Trustee Kozar.
I'd like to just walk through all 12 of these and have a conversation on them.
We just did.
Sorry, Trustee Murphy, you have something to add?
No, the only thing I have to add is that I am in agreement with the planning and zoning recommendations for all 12 as documented by planning and zoning. I don't know how we intend to move forward with the consensus.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, because we're trying to come up with a consensus on all 12 of these.
So I would just propose we go through one at a time. We take a consensus on each one individually, and then we can move on.
Okay.
So,
all right. So, item 1, in all C districts, not to exceed 90 days. So P&Z recommended keeping that as is. Personally, I'm okay with that. I think Jason came up with their ideas behind that, but anyone has any other comments on that? Trustee Kozar.
do we have I mean, have we ever had a problem with seasonal items being left out and becoming like a nuisance or something? I don't understand the reason behind this. Maybe what we need to do is just strike the 90 days. What's even the hypothetical of this? And doesn't this affect certain properties like Pioneer that has seasonal stuff out, all year round? Let them do that. There's other provisions in our code that would, prevent things from being a nuisance.
I think, yeah, but see, Pioneer, I don't think it's a display, that's just their business. I think like Jason said, when Jewel sets up their seasonal, in the spring when they have their plants and stuff and garden sales, they could theoretically keep it up all year.
But don't they get a permit for that tent?
Oh, it's not 10, it just, well, yeah.
Right, so they
yeah.
get a short-term permit for it.
The one thing I would stress is that some of these have in some form been discussed before two different community development directors. But on this one in particular, so we have a number of these types of ordinances that have a 90 days. It's really an enforcement issue because maybe there haven't been an issue. I can't say whether there is. I'm not staff. I don't see what complaints there are or not. But this one specifically is twofold. One is extending your business into a parking lot, or so I don't want to get too zoning geeky, but you have required parking. There's a maximum floor area ratio for your building. There are standards that you have to meet. And when you're extending your business into areas that are not part of that envelope for long periods of time, it's kind of a way of potentially skirting the zoning ordinance at large. But you do have potential zoning enforcement issues. We have a similar one for temporary signs and windows, for instance. If a business isn't keeping up on maintenance of displays, whether it's a window display or a seasonal display, staff needs some enforcement mechanism to deal with those. And they do occur. I mean, we like to think they don't, but they do. And I would be willing to bet that if you asked staff, they probably deal with them more than you think. I'm not staff. I'm not privy to the turnover, but I know that those are issues that have been important to both of our previous community development directors.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes, this is Trustee Murphy. We've gone around at least 3 or more times on each of these, and we've sent them back to the commission and asked for them to continue discussions and come back to the board with a recommendation. I propose that we either have a consensus and everyone has the opportunity to voice their opinion on whether they're for it or against it. If we come up with any line items that are voted to be against it, it sounds like we'll have the opportunity to send those back to planning and zoning for further discussion. But I propose that we not conduct that discussion during this meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone want to make a second on that?
That was just for,
It was just, okay.
what we're looking for is direction.
Yeah.
on the ordinance.
Right. As our village attorney just said, we're looking for direction to give to prepare the ordinance. Now, it's my understanding, though, if we vote to follow P and Z on number 1, we don't have to change the ordinance because it's already in there, correct?
Correct. I mean, you guys are crafting the ordinance. We've reviewed these, unless you as a board decide to send some of them back to us again, which quite honestly, I would rather you not.
Right.
Because some of these I've heard 5 times now.
Yeah.
And I don't mean the changes, I just mean the specific
discussion.
section of the code. These,
Right.
so
may I comment? What is going to be considered today is not to send any of these matters back
Right.
to the planning and zoning
no, I
commission.
understand that.
Correct.
Right. And because there have been multiple public hearings on this, there is no need to send it back for further public comment. What we should do today is just get a consensus of the board on the various items that are here and that were considered by the Plan Commission, and just get a consensus as to whether the board wants to concur with the Plan Commission recommendation or whether they want to make some revisions to the recommendation, meaning revise the code with those that were not recommended. So as Trustee Kozar had said, it is probably best just to go item by item so we can get a consensus of the board on these various matters, and then the ordinance that will be presented to the board at the next meeting will have the full consensus of this board.
Okay. Okay. All right, well, let's just start on item number 1. Do we have the roll vote on
So
this?
why don't we just get a consensus on whether, let's start with whether this board concurs with the recommendation. So that would be the recommendation
Right.
not to strike that
Right.
section.
Okay. We have the voice vote on each one, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
not a
okay.
vote, but just a
Yeah,
consensus.
we have a
yes.
consensus on Clerk Konecki.
Okay.
This is to concur with planning and zoning not to strike item 1.
Right, not to strike item 1,
Yes.
yes. Trustee Salella?
Yes.
Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
If it is the opinion of our attorney that striking it would not allow any such garden and patio equipment, et cetera, to be out there, then I would agree, and I would go along with it.
Okay, that's a yes. President Kazone?
Yes. Okay. Item 2, no entertainment, whether live, recorded, or otherwise, is permitted in the outdoor seating area. P&Z's opinion was not to strike. I am kind of agree with Trustee Murphy, though. I would like to not, I would keep this in there, but I think we do need to look at this entertainment issue further, however we do that. But anyway, Trustee Kozar.
So we have no definition of what entertainment is, and rather than be restrictive, I think we should allow it and continue to have discussion on it. If it becomes a problem, all the more reason we have discussion on it. We have a noise ordinance that shuts down any noise after, there's 2 different places, so it's arguably either after 10 o'clock or after 11 o'clock. And there's also decibel limits. So allow it to happen. Allow people to make balloons outside on, that's entertainment. Allow them to tell jokes. Allow music out there. But comply with the nuisance ordinance. Shut it down at a certain time and don't let it be loud enough to exceed those decibel limits that are already in play.
And why can he even?
Trustee Kumar.
I suggest just taking it out of the ordinance I don't think it's in the right place. And I think that's what we're all saying. It's not where it should be. It should be in the nuisance ordinance, wherever it should be. This code is in a place it shouldn't be.
Trustee Solel.
I'd have to agree. I believe that it could be controlled by the nuisance format and not removed entirely, in my opinion.
One quick point I would make, just so this is clear. This specific code lives in outdoor seating areas. So that's what this is specifically referring to. Again, the commission's not in favor of striking it, but that's obviously up to you guys. I personally, speaking from my own opinion, not the commission at large.
I think you're here to talk on behalf of the commission.
No, what?
I think you're here to talk on behalf
No,
of the
I understand that,
commission, or else it'd be public
but I'm just saying,
comment. Right, but it's not public comment. You're here as a commission, as the head of the commission.
yes, my point is, I think there is an ample opportunity for many businesses in the village to potentially have easier access to entertainment, whether it's indoors or outdoors. And that it may be time for the village to look into that.
Mm. Oh, yeah, no, I agree that. But my concern is if we strike this, we're relying on PD to enforce, something that probably should be enforced through the ordinance, through the zoning ordinance, is my concern on that.
whether it's through the zoning ordinance or explicitly in other sections of the village code, I would agree with that. That, yes, you would be putting the, you'd be putting the enforcement entirely on the police department to make sure that nuisance ordinances aren't being broken, and our nuisance ordinances, the nuisance ordinances which planning and zoning has no input in, are not very specific.
Okay. Trustee Kumar.
Who has been enforcing the noise? I'd like to know who has been
The
enforcing.
police does it, but right now they're not allowed to have outdoor entertainment. And that's kind of what we're discussing. Now we're adding another layer that police are going to have to.
Right. If I may interject, Mr. President, we received numerous complaints on the weekends in several different bars, and the officers also have discretion to go there and see if there is a valid complaint, if we have someone who's willing to sign a complaint. So there's different parts of it. It's not just the parameters of the noise and the time, but it's also the discretion of the officer and what they're observing, or if you have a complainant in mind. So there's other variables in this.
Trustee Corkery.
So I'm still not understanding how, if we do strike this, that would change the way noise ordinances are enforced in the village. Seems like it would be.
It's not going to, I don't think it's going to change the way that it's, that they're enforced. I think it's just going to add to enforcement, you know, because okay, so now we strike this, so now any place with outdoor seating can have entertainment.
Right.
Now they have music or, you know, whatever's going on. It's just another spot that PD is going to have to be, you know, responsible for potential violations. Without actually saying what entertainment is, you know, I mean, that's my concern.
Mr. President.
Trustee Kozar.
So let's give it a try. For the same reason that we don't want to, like you argue, let's not have hypotheticals, or this may or may not happen, give it a try. And then if it becomes a problem, we come right back here, we describe what those actual problems are, and then we change accordingly. Let us not assume that there's just going to be bad behavior all around.
Yeah, we're back at it
I think
again.
Director Weber has some input.
Good evening. I'm Ellen Weber. I'm the interim community development director. At one point in my career, I was the economic development director for the city of Geneva. I don't know who else is familiar with Geneva. Their downtown is very robust. It's one of the best in the country, in my personal opinion. And Geneva went through an evolution of absolutely no outdoor dining, no outdoor entertainment, to allowing it. But it's handled differently based on the district types. In Geneva, you have Route 38, Roosevelt Road. It's called State Street there, but coming through, and it's a traditional zero lot line downtown. You know, the Road to Perdition was filmed there, and 2 entire blocks are exactly the same as they were in 1920, which has parallels to Villa Park with its 1920s, you know, first burst of development. And then you had 3rd Street, which was the perpendicular street, and its homes converted, and that was where the city was very leery to have outdoor because of the fact that they backed up to residences. So you've got externalities when you have outdoor entertainment. There's a variety of ways you can regulate it. You can do it through your liquor licensing, that you have to have a special license type to have outdoor entertainment. Through categories, I see the attorney thinking about that. You can do it with hours of operation. You can do it with fencing and barriers. But bottom line, zoning exists because everyone has property rights. And you, as a property owner, have a right to enjoy your property, but you also have a responsibility to not hurt your neighbor's right to enjoy their property. And what I'm hearing, so this is obviously my first board meeting, but what I'm hearing is consensus, let's look into it, but we're not ready until we define it better and decide how we're going to regulate it. That's the consensus I'm hearing. Maybe I'm overstepping and jumping ahead, but I'll leave that maybe as a question on the table for you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Trustee Kozar.
I'm hearing a different consensus of allow entertainment, try it, and come back if there's a problem.
And vote no.
Okay, well, let's take a consensus
There
vote
you
then.
go.
Okay, so consensus vote to concur with P&Z's decision to keep no entertainment. Clerk Konecki?
Okay. That would be trustee Corkery,
No.
trustee Kumar,
No.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
yes. Trustee Silella,
No.
trustee Patrick,
No.
trustee Kozar,
No.
president Kazal.
Yes. Okay, so we will strike 611.2G.7, no entertainment. So we'll just rewrite that.
Yes, correction, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll go on to number 3, modifying 611.2G12, occupancy permit is required prior to the opening. And I think you want it changed so that private property is just one permit in perpetuity, and then public areas, that's an annual.
Yeah, so in the staff memo here, this isn't spelled out quite accurately. I think the section where it says 12 in the middle of the memo, page 1, more specifically calls out what we voted in favor of.
Yep. Correct.
So yes, it's a bifurcation into public versus private, where public would require, public areas, public right-of-ways would be an annual permit with no seating in the winter, and then private property would be a single-time occupancy permit with no time frame on when seating could be up.
Okay. Trustee Kozar?
I like that idea. I like separating it. When the public area is involved, we should look at it on a regular basis. If it's on your own private property, when you get your initial occupancy to open the patio for the first time, as long as it stays generally that way, and the fire and police and the village at any given time can come onto that patio and decide, is this how it was originally? Has something changed? Is there a fire hazard, exit hazard, whatever that may be? So as long as you do it one time, just like you get a one-time occupancy permit, you don't need that on an annual basis. So I think that's a fair look at that third item.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay. All right, to vote to concur with P&Z's recommendations. Clerk Konecki?
Okay, trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Corkery,
Yes.
trustee Silella,
Yes.
trustee Kozar,
Yes.
trustee Kumar,
Yes.
trustee Patrick,
Yes.
president Kazal.
Yes. Okay, item number 4, no more than one temporary outdoor storage container per property. Consensus, or the P&Z was to keep that as is. Do we have any comments on that? Trustee Kozar?
I don't think since the nature of it is temporary, if there is a need to have more than one outdoor storage container on a property, we should allow those businesses that need more than one to have more than one. It's only temporary. And you have an example of that with Target, and you have an example of that with Walmart. So by not allowing more than one, immediately you put those two large tax creators in violation. They're only temporary.
Oh, Trustee Slav.
Is there not a method in which one who needs more than one storage container on a temporary basis to apply for a permit for additional storage containers during that time frame?
It's my understanding from speaking to staff that there is, yes.
So then, it's gotta be a moot point.
Yeah, I just leave it there.
Trustee Kozar?
That mechanism is a variance, and that means it's going to cost that business $1,500 and maybe 3 months of time to get that extra shipping container. In that 3 months of time, they could have had what they needed, and now because it's temporary, the shipping container is gone.
What, excuse me. Right now, we're talking about 2 shipping containers. What if their needs are 6 on a large? Again, you're
Sure.
encroaching.
Fair question. I mean,
You're encroaching on the needed parking for a facility, possibly taking up handicap spaces or whatnot. I don't know, but if you say 1 is okay and 2 is okay, there's no limit to where you stop. If it's on a temporary basis for 90 days,
Sure.
you're opening the door.
and if it is on a temporary basis and a business needs it, it doesn't make sense that a business would get 12 shipping containers just for the heck of it because they can, because of the ordinance or because of the zoning. They would only do it because they had a specific need for it.
And their need in some instances would be to have more merchandise on hand, to sell more merchandise, to make more money.
Right, to get more tax revenue that comes back to our village during Black Friday timeframe, Christmas timeframe, something like that, which is what Walmart does. Again, if we strike this and then in a year from now we find out, hey, Walmart has decided to just put all shipping containers in their parking lot and they have no parking available anymore and it's just ridiculous, we come back and we'll revisit this. But I don't see anybody abusing this. Shipping containers are expensive, there's a cost to it, and there's no reason to have them there if it's not necessary and it's temporary.
Well, I would argue that if you're going to plan on having several shipping containers at a cost to the business owner, he's already figured out that by purchasing, by paying whatever monies are due to the village, there's still a net profit to be made, otherwise he wouldn't do it. He's already figured that cost in to having those containers on a temporary basis.
Right.
Fair assumption? So
I guess I don't understand.
Well, I guess if you're going to have multiple containers
Right, and you
for
have a
a
use for
resale
multiple
purpose of
containers.
merchandise,
Right.
you're going to figure in the cost of that container, the cost of the fees to the village, and you're going to know that there's still a profit to be made after complying to all the ordinances.
So you're saying the cost of a $1,500 variance because Walmart needs 2 shipping containers to supply Black Friday, which Villa Park makes a percentage of tax revenue from, right?
Sure.
So how much do they have to make on Black Friday and how much merchandise do they have to have on that container to do a variance 3 months ahead of time so that they can stock up with enough supplies for Christmas that we as a village make money off of?
I don't know, but that'd be good business planning on their part to know that. Otherwise, they should be venturing into that.
But there'd be a chilling effect to that business. They would say, we don't want to have to hire an attorney, spend $1,500 just in fees, plus the attorney time to come up and represent to be able to do that, so we can sell, extra shirts that ultimately Villa Park makes a percentage of tax revenue on.
Well, you can't base it all on the fact that we may make tax revenue on it. That's the assumption. You sell, we get taxed. I get that.
Well, that was just the example you used.
I used that example because a good businessman's not going to throw his money away. He's going to do the math on it prior to venturing into something like that,
Right.
and see if it's worthwhile to his business as an income.
So let's not make them do those big numbers and realize that for, 60 days they can get an extra shipping container full of merchandise or whatever it is.
Then vote no.
This question could be addressed to staff or to Jason. How often does Walmart or Target have extra shipping containers on their property?
I don't want to speculate. I would wager Walmart does probably all the time. And they probably don't ever get permits for them. I'm just guessing. Staff could maybe fill in more on that. But the one thing that I would point out, the 2 from a strictly commercial, because this would be different than industrial users who might have more need, both Target and Walmart are planned unit developments. So there would be nothing to keep either one of them from going through a PUD process to get an approval for a specific amount, 90, year round or whatever. They would have that ability. This is really, a lot of these are come down to enforcement, right? Because you have code enforcement who is limited in how they can access property, what you can see from the street. Shipping containers are not particularly tall. They're pretty easy to hide in a backyard of a fenced-in commercial use. and whether they're temporary or permanent, then staff has to make a determination of whether they're temporary or permanent. And if you allow any size lot to have as many temporary ones as they want, then why would they ever need a permanent one? And how does staff determine, is it temporary, is it permanent, if they find one in the wild? A lot of villages don't allow this at all. So the fact that we're considering this is I don't want to say it's revolutionary, but most of the villages around us don't. They simply don't, or it's through construction permits only.
Okay. Trustee Kumar.
I think the issue at hand is not the number or whatever. The issue seems to be that certain larger sectors are having shipping containers and doing what they want, and then the smaller businesses don't have that same treatment. I think that's the issue at hand here, because I can't see why we're arguing. I do not believe that Walmart should get away with having 12 containers any more than, a smaller business. So it's the one container rule should apply to Walmart, Target, and whoever exists, if that's the rule that we're going to apply. It should not be variable based on whether your name is Walmart or your name is, ABC Plumbing. So I think that's the issue at hand. I don't think, it's about 1, 2, or 3. It's
And I would
about-
just say that, sorry, I did not mean to cut you off. I thought you were finished. The other thing I would point out, again, like the 90 days for seasonal display, again, and I believe Trustee Cielo was kind of getting to this, you're again talking about a commercial user extending their footprint into areas of their property that were not intended. And if you're giving 90 days, temporary, as many as you want, what's to keep them from just having a half dozen or a dozen? 90 days, how do you know? I mean, I'm not saying it would be a half dozen, but it could become an enforcement nightmare and an extension into parking areas, because we do require them to be unpaved. And, I've seen in some areas of Walmart where they have, during the Christmas season, they actually do get them out into their parking area, where they might eat up 6 or 8 parking spaces in the corner. They have enough, another user might not. Another user might be underparked, actually.
Trustee Corcoran.
Just one quick question. You said that a lot of villages don't allow shipping containers temporary at all?
Temporary, yes, but usually only, associated with construction.
Right.
I mean, that's the typical.
Just that then my question would be, because plenty of other towns around here do have big box stores, so do they just ignore that these stores are breaking the law?
That would
They
be
don't
my
enforce
guess.
it? Yeah.
Because it's a lot of tax dollars.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess that would be the only problem, is you don't want to create a law that you're not going to enforce. That's not something you set out to do right out of the gate,
Yeah. And
Something to consider.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get a consensus on this. Clerk, can I keep, please?
To keep, right?
This is, P and Z said to keep this in.
Okay. Okay, Trustee Corkery,
Yes.
Trustee Patrick,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Kozar,
No.
Trustee Salello,
Yes.
Trustee Kumar,
Yes, and also for Walmart.
okay, and President Kazone.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so we'll keep that in. Okay, going to item 5, no temporary outdoor storage container can be on the property more than 90 consecutive days. That's a change from 60 days, and again, P and Z was in favor of that. Do we have any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, so this is to concur with P and Z to keep it at 90 days, or to change it to 90 days from 60 days. Clerk Konecki.
Okay, Trustee Kozar,
Yes.
Trustee Salella,
Yes.
Trustee Corkery,
Yes.
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Patrick,
Yes.
Trustee Kumar,
Yes.
President Kazone.
Yes. Okay, item number 6 is to change the size of the containers. Okay, may not exceed Yes, I don't know what page that.
The dimensions would be not to exceed 8 feet wide by 20 feet in length by 8.5 feet in height, 160 square feet. That is the
Right.
size of a typical 20-foot shipping
Typical,
container.
correct. There is, one, on this one page here, it says 200 square feet, but you're looking at 160 square feet.
Yes,
So-
I believe 200 was, so those were, that section of replace with was what the original change as, that came from the village board email.
Yeah, okay, so it's down to 160 now.
Yeah.
So 8 feet wide, 20 feet long, 8.5 feet high, and no more than 160 square feet in the area. Okay, questions or comments on it? Trustee Kozar?
I thought that what it was that it wasn't going to exceed 10 feet in height or cover an area more than 20 square feet. 160 isn't a 20-foot shipping container.
Isn't that, yeah, 8 by 20?
Yeah.
It's 160 square feet.
Right. I thought
Yeah, the
I
original,
thought,
as it came to us,
planning and zoning had agreed that the size of the shipping container, because it doesn't comply with what a 20-foot shipping container was, that the consensus, or the consensus on planning and zoning was that they would allow a 20-foot shipping container.
correct.
Correct. So it's not 160 square feet that we're taking a consensus. If it should be 160, it's 200 square feet is what we're taking a consensus of.
No.
No, it's 160 square feet.
Yeah, because it's 8 feet wide by 20 feet in length. That's 160, and 8.5 feet tall.
Okay. Then I misunderstood what
Yeah.
was actually discussed at planning and zoning.
Yeah, so the 10 feet in height, 200 square feet, that's what came from the staff email. But the size of a typical 20-foot shipping container is 8 feet wide, 20 feet in length, 160 square feet in area. I verified that, staff verified that independently. The 8.5 feet in height is also typical 20-foot shipping container, 8 by 20.
Trustee
Yes,
Salau?
sir.
In regards to placement on a paved surface or other hard surface, I'm assuming concrete, what other allowable surfaces, because there are many other surfaces such as compacted shot rock and paver brick type applications that could support
Well,
the
that's
weight.
going to be the next one.
We're not there yet.
We're just on the size right now.
Gotcha, I'm just
Yeah,
up and ahead
okay.
there. I'm all excited. I'll hold that thought.
Trustee Kumar?
Okay, so you said some of them are 8.5 feet in height also? and
That's your
eight-
typical.
Yeah, typical. So maybe we should just increase it to that 8.5 feet times 20, whatever that is, because it's not, 20 would be,
No, you're talking
That's-
square foot, the footprint of it, which is 8 by 20. 8.5, the height doesn't matter as far as the
oh,
square
so-
footage.
yeah.
Yeah,
okay, just 8 by 20.
8 by
does.
20,
Correct,
yes.
that's correct.
Okay. The height doesn't matter. Okay.
Okay, we get a consensus to change it to what we discussed, 8 feet by 20, 160 square feet, and 8.5 feet in height.
Okay, trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Patrick,
Yes.
trustee Kumar,
Yes.
trustee Salela,
Yes.
trustee Corkery,
Yes.
trustee Kozar,
Yes.
trustee Kumar.
You
Did I already say that? I'm sorry. President Kazone.
Yes. Okay.
Last one.
Okay, now we go to number 7. Temporary outdoor storage containers must be placed only on a driveway or other hard surface. And P and Z voted not to strike that, to keep as is. Trustee Salela, you had a comment?
I just had wondered if other hard surfaces might include some type of paver brick system and/or a shot rock base.
I think that would be mostly up to interpretation by staff in the definitions of hard surface. But there would be, like, certain paver surfaces could work, but you're talking about, essentially, we would not allow, the village would not allow you to build a shed on the dirt, correct?
Correct.
Should we allow somebody to put a multi-ton, even a temporary shed, we wouldn't allow you to put it in the dirt. You'd have to do something.
No, I agree. What I'm thinking, though, is if
Yeah.
a business would like to have a temporary or a storage container there, but utilize the under base for something else throughout the year, meaning you put a paver brick base down that can support the container, but when the container's not there, it's still usable space for whatever
Right.
type of business is out there.
Yeah, I think it would, for temporary especially.
Just a thought.
Trustee Kozar.
I don't see the need to have it on a hard surface as a shipping container. The reason you do a shed or, you know, another structure like that on a hard surface is because freeze thaw, the ground is always moving. So, you know, the building is shifting and cracking. The idea of a shipping container, it's all one single unit. So it's not, you know, you're not getting the same movement of the structure itself. And if a business owner, you know, like you said, has mud or something like that to get into it, number one, it's temporary, but I mean, we can address the permanent one too, a couple down the road. So be it. Like, I don't see the practical need to have it on a paved surface. That the added expense and to pave something on a temporary basis.
First of all, we don't allow it for temporary storage containers in residential districts either, which we do have regulations for in temporary, like pods in residential. The numbers, the measurements are all smaller. But one of these sitting in a front yard, well, we don't allow them in front yards, but a side yard for 90 days, there'd be no grass left. There'd be no sod left. I mean, if you were to just, you would allow someone to place them anywhere on a soft surface, correct? I know you're probably envisioning gravel, but if you drop one off in a sodded yard, and you might think that, well, who would do that?
But you're not going to have any sod left if you pave it anyway. So.
But my point is, for temporary especially, if you place it on a sodded surface for 90 days and pull it up,
you throw some seed and you've got grass again.
It would be
I mean, if that's the problem, is just to maintain some grass.
The commission's gone over that one, and there's,
well, that's the only argument that I'm seeing, though. Like, that's what you presented, is just the grass. What other reason would there be?
Over 90 days, a full shipping container would settle quite a bit if there was a heavy rain, for instance. And then getting it out would become a nightmare. I mean, I'm not in the logistics business of moving them in and out, but it seems like it would be a nightmare.
Yeah, I would think so. Trustee Corcoran, do you have a?
Yeah, this is only the temporary ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not a safety concern, it's a for people's own good kind of thing, so it doesn't get stuck and they don't have a hard time getting it out. I'm just not quite sure what the consequence is here for letting a person keep one temporarily on an unpaved surface. I can see the point for a permanent one, why you would want one under it, but for 90 days, I'm not quite sure I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, that's... I've made my case. Our discussion is up on video and in the transcripts, and on that one I would again say we've two community development directors we've discussed this with, and they think it would be an enforcement issue.
No, I think just out of just basic engineer, you put it on a soft surface, you're going to have a lot of trouble getting it out of there. These things are not light.
I'd be willing to bet some companies might not put them on soft surfaces at all.
Right, yeah.
I guess my only thing is I just don't see how the village has a responsibility to enforce that in particular. I guess that's a philosophical.
That's right. That's your. That's, yeah, that's a
philosophical part of the law here.
Right. Trustee Kumar.
So if you put it on a soft surface, it sinks in or whatever. Getting it out is hard, is what we're hearing. Are there any effects with water going elsewhere, around it? Because that's another thing. If it rains or something, if you're pushing water from your, you've got it on a soft surface that's on the side, and the water goes to the neighbor's yard, there might be
a valid point, because it is a solid surface at that point. It's the equivalent of, having a patio the size of the shipping container, on a unpaved surface. So turning part of your yard into
Yeah,
a
my,
patio
my
essentially
fear
for
is
90
about the
days.
water, actually, the water logging around it.
Trustee Kozar.
To your point, Deepa, there's other things in the code that say that you can't create something that pushes water or directs water onto your neighbor's property. So if that was the case, there's other areas in the code that would prevent that.
I just, that's my biggest fear there with the shipping container,
Okay.
on plain surface.
Okay, we get a consensus on keeping this in, that's what P&Z had recommended.
Okay, keep as is. Okay, trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Salella,
Yes.
trustee Patrick,
No.
trustee Corkery,
No.
trustee Kumar,
Yes.
okay, trustee Patrick, Kozar,
No.
President Kazone.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay,
so we keep
so
it.
that one we will keep in. Okay, number 8. Right, we don't have that up here. Temporary air storage containers may not be used for the purpose of conducting business or selling merchandise. The question was to replace with, may not be granted occupancy for purposes of habitation or conducting business. P&Z elected not to strike that, to keep it as is, just conducting business or selling merchandise. And I think it was just kind of, nobody would be living in there. Was that your ideas
Yeah, I
behind
mean, our
that?
code wouldn't allow habitation in a shipping container anyway,
Yeah.
so they wouldn't get an occupancy permit, so it wasn't necessary. There's not necessarily anything wrong with the other language, it's just unnecessary.
Okay. Trustee Kozar.
Maybe for our village attorney, would the correct language just end at saying may not be granted occupancy? Because that means that you're not in there, you're not actually doing anything in there. Wouldn't the term of art just be not granted occupancy? Not necessarily just preventing conducting business, whatever that may be, or selling merchandise. If you don't have occupancy, you can't do any of those.
Right, well, occupancy implies that it would be some habitable space that would require an occupancy permit. But that's not the regulation that's before, or that's currently existing in the zoning code. The regulation doesn't have anything to do with living in that space or occupying that space. The regulation says you can't conduct business or sell merchandise out of a temporary outdoor storage container. So technically, someone could have the merchandise that they were selling and not be occupying that space, but be taking the merchandise out of that temporary storage container and then violating this ordinance. So by simply saying you can't occupy it does not have that same impact.
So how you're reading it is that conducting business or selling merchandise would mean you've got a shipping container full of t-shirts and you're going in there and you're grabbing the shirts and then you're selling them on a table right next to the shipping container. Based on the way that it is currently written, conducting business or selling merchandise, that prohibits that.
Correct.
Right. And that's contrary to what the intent was from planning and zoning. They don't want you inside the shipping container conducting some sort of business or inside selling merchandise or using it as a little mini shop of some sort. It's not what they store inside that they're taking items out and going somewhere else and selling them. So in order to prevent somebody
selling it
from
right on that
doing
spot.
something within the container itself, the term of art would be occupancy, not habitation. I'm disregarding habitation, because if you don't have occupancy, you don't have habitation, you don't have anything else. But you have occupancy for a commercial building that you don't live in. You have, you get an occupancy permit. The fire chief comes out, he looks at it and says, okay, I approve your occupancy permit, which means you can go into that unit, that shipping container, that building, whatever it is, and conduct your business from within.
based on your explanation, it sounds like that the Planning and Zoning Commission made the recommendation not to strike that regulation and had a basis for, they didn't want someone occupying or going into that storage container.
Right.
However, the regulation as it reads is not that narrow. The regulation right now prohibits the selling or conducting of business by the use of that temporary storage container.
Right.
So,
Which is, I don't think, what they intended.
well, that's what was intended in the zoning ordinance. Maybe the zoning board didn't establish a basis for why they wanted not to remove it. But a clear reading of the zoning ordinance prohibits the sale or conducting of business from a storage container.
Correct.
Right.
Right. So, Jared, what planning and zoning discussed was that they don't want people inside the shipping container using it as a business pod of some sort. They don't have a problem storing t-shirts in there and going and getting merchandise out of there and then taking it out. They just don't want people to be inside the container doing business of any sort.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, but what this board has to decide is that the regulation that exists now prohibits the conducting of business or selling of merchandise. Now, does this board only want to prohibit someone from being in that temporary storage container?
Yes.
Or does the board want to continue to prohibit the sale of merchandise or conducting business out of it?
Right. And I believe what the board intended, as well as P&Z intended, was they don't want people inside the shipping container conducting business, but it's okay to have merchandise within that they're bringing out and then selling. So I think it's just
selling
misworded.
next to that temporary storage container.
that's
So
the
not
case.
within the not within the building that the use is for.
No.
So you have a commercial building that has a temporary storage container that has merchandise in it. The storage container is there to be brought into that commercial building. With it,
Well, I
this
think
is
what-
prohibiting utilizing the temporary storage container as a standalone building.
That's correct.
Not
The purpose, so I would just start by saying, this is a recommendation that came to us from staff with their intent. So legal input might be necessary to get to the purpose of planning and zoning, but the intent of staff and our intent was for this to be temporary storage, or actually permanent storage in this case. Now, this is still temporary.
It's temporary, yeah.
Temporary.
So temporary, yes. Temporary would be impermanent, so it would be the same in both cases. For storage of materials that would be sold from your business. So, no, you would not be standing outside the door of your thing selling t-shirts or whatever. T-shirt seems to be the item we're selling tonight. But that you would take those and sell those, whether it's materials for your restaurant or Walmart. They're not going to set up a table outside their shipping containers and sell at the table. It needs to be within where you would normally be selling the items that you sell.
Right, and that's how the regulation reads now,
Yes.
and it would prohibit that type of conduct.
Just because,
But it doesn't, well then, by that, it doesn't prevent you from getting an occupancy permit within the shipping container.
It wouldn't, this isn't a space that would require or even be allowed to get an occupancy permit. That kind of permit wouldn't apply to a storage container. An
You can
occupancy
get
permit would be
occupancy
a
in a-
habitable space. Pardon me?
But you can get an occupancy permit within a shipping container.
I don't believe you can.
no, I don't think it would.
They retro, I think, our community development, they retro shipping containers to be all sorts of different things. where you can have like, mini markets out
that
of
would
retro
be-
shipping containers.
Yeah, but then that would not fall under this provision of the code, which is outdoor storage containers in non-residential property. So it's non-residential. It's not a residential use. It's an outdoor storage container for the purpose of storing items, not for allowing someone to live.
Right, I'm
or
not talking about
occupy.
habitation at all.
Okay.
I'm just talking about occupancy. Occupancy and habitation are two different things.
And, yeah, and an outdoor storage, an occupancy permit would not apply to an outdoor storage container as identified in this section of the code.
There are places in the country where these containers have been retrofitted and they have achieved occupancy and they have electric to them and they are deemed a usable structure. I think everything else that's being talked about right now does not walk down that path. And the code reads retail sales within an enclosed structure. I don't think we're defining shipping containers here as a structure suitable for occupancy. So your point is that you would like to see, correct me if I'm wrong, that you would like to see the village take that revolutionary route to become a community that would allow activities, but otherwise, if
No,
you're just selling
not-
outside of a structure, you're having a sidewalk sale.
Right.
I mean, you're supposed
That's
to be
okay.
doing business within an enclosed building I think throughout the bulk of our code. I've only read through it once, in some areas more than once in the last week, but generally a code says all activities to happen in a fully enclosed building. That's the intent of ours, true?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we allow occupancy in the shipping containers. I just thought that it was cleaner to say that we don't allow occupancy,
Yeah,
and then that would be it.
to be clear, the specifics of the language as crafted by legal or whoever does it, as long as it gets to that point where it's to be used for storage and only storage on that property, I don't care what the specific words are. Whatever the legal team determines is the best language to get us there. But no, it should not be used for conducting business out of. It should not be used for living in, or any of those other things. And I would agree with Trustee Kozar that there are a lot of, I won't say a lot of communities, but some communities and some uses where they have been converted to, I've seen many of them in series converted into living. And that may be something that this village wants to take on sometime down the road, but that is not what, this is storage containers, not whether or not a shipping container is a habitable. And I know you were not suggesting that it should read that way. I'm just saying that's a completely different issue, and it is something that is becoming more common.
Trustee Kumar.
I would like to get some input from our legal team on what's the best way to word it then. Because I think the issue is on wording it so that it satisfies P and Z's.
They're satisfied with
The way it reads now prohibits that sidewalk sale type of scenario that we were just speaking of. And that appears to be the concern of the Planning and Zoning Commission. So it does do that. The board can keep the language as is, and it would continue to prohibit that type of conduct. Or the board, I think it was suggested to change some of the language to remove conducting business or selling merchandise to prohibit occupancy. That prohibition of occupancy language would completely change the restriction of the code, and it would not prohibit that sidewalk sale type of scenario that we were just talking about. So I would not recommend that. I would either recommend keeping it as is, or if you wanted to add the additional prohibition of occupancy, you can choose to do that, but that's up to the board.
I would probably make a motion to make that change, to include that as well.
To what?
On top of the language that's there, include the prohibition of occupancy as well, is what I would make a motion.
So, let's,
I mean, it just makes it a
can we
little
have some,
stricter.
maybe just a discussion on that,
sure, yeah.
because,
Jared, you guys never even contemplated sidewalk sale. Like, that's not what we're talking about here. you guys contemplated the idea that somebody's going to be within the structure, doing something within the shipping container, not a sidewalk sale, not Jewel with a shipping container selling garden supply out of their tent and utilizing the shipping container. That's not what you guys were even considering. It's that you didn't want people inside the shipping container conducting business inside the shipping container.
The purpose is that the shipping containers not be used as an active part of the business, beyond storage. And our code, it's my understanding, and I would have to verify that, but for the most part, you cannot conduct business outside the business. You can't set up, Walmart can't set up tables in the parking lot and sell their merchandise.
That's what Jewel does.
Well,
They do.
but they get a permit for that.
Right. And we get a permit for it.
Right.
Right. No different.
And so, I mean, the intent is that you're not doing business out of it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what, I think the idea that somebody's gonna be doing that is almost would be a sidewalk sale, which you probably can't do anyway. Going out and somebody comes up and you grab a t-shirt out of your shipping container and then another guy comes up and you grab another one. Basically a sidewalk sale. And I don't think we would allow anything like that anyway in a non-residential area.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
So maybe just do the consensus as recommended by the zoning board, and then let's see where it goes from there.
Okay. All right, so let's do consensus as what was recommended.
Mr. President?
Konecki. Yeah.
Is there a motion on the table?
No, that there isn't a motion. She did say motion, but right now what we're doing is not taking any final action because the ordinance is going to come before the board. So we will address her, Trustee Kumar's request. And I think the best way to do that is to first get a consensus of the board regarding the initial recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission, which is to keep the language as is.
Right.
And then we'll go from there to determine whether or not that the amendment, as Trustee Kumar had recommended, is something to consider.
Okay.
Okay.
Konecki.
All right, as is. Trustee Corkery.
Yes.
Trustee Patrick.
No.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
No.
Trustee Kozar.
No.
Trustee Salella.
Yes.
President Kazone.
Yes.
Okay, so it stays as is.
So we'll keep it as this. Okay. And I think if those situations come up, I'm sure they could probably just get a permit or something to do that, I would think. If it's allowed. If any system is allowed.
that would be like permits to have, that's outside the zoning ordinance. That would be in the village code somewhere.
Okay. All right, we'll go to item 9, placed on a paved surface, and P and Z voted not to strike it, keep as is. Any discussion on that?
This is for permanent
Sure.
ones.
This is for permanent ones. Trustee Koza.
So we've got a number of shipping containers that are throughout the village right now that have been there for a long time, that aren't on paved surfaces, that there are no problems with. It's my same argument. I just don't see why they need to be on a paved surface. They're in an industrial type area. It just adds another burden. I think even our plumbing inspector has shipping containers that are not on a paved surface that have been there for 30 plus years and nobody's complaining about them. And because of this ordinance coming in, he's going to have to pick them up, pave underneath them, and set them right back down. We've got a lot of industrial areas back here right now where the shipping containers are, nobody's complaining about them and there's no problem with them. I actually think over at the golf course there's 2 of them that aren't on a paved surface. I just think it's unnecessary.
Trustee Corkery.
Oh, if I may. I have no problem with requiring pavement under the containers in the future going forward, but I would like to see some kind of grandfather thing for as Trustee Kozar said, the ones that have been there for years or decades without any issue, I feel would probably be better off alone. I don't want to be retroactively handing things down to businesses or residents.
Would they be grandfathered in if
Well-
this changed?
Those that are existing already have permits, so they've been permitted.
Actually, none have permits because we created this because, so the issue is currently none of them have permits because there was not a permit process. That's why this issue came up in the first place, why we crafted this ordinance. We did have some discussion on whether or not older ones, existing ones should be grandfathered. Truthfully, I could see both sides of the argument, but staff was of the opinion that, again, you have enforcement issues in terms of if one's not on a paved surface and you didn't know it was there today, and somebody comes and puts one in tomorrow, and you don't have evidence that they put it in tomorrow, put it in today, how do you know when they put it in? If there's a process in place. And I understand the aspect of the existing ones, and so if there was a clean way to grandfather, I would not be adamantly opposed to that personally. But that was not the consensus of planning and zoning, and certainly not staff.
Mr. President,
Just a bit.
we do have ESRI software, correct? ESRI, mapping software
Yeah.
for Public Works, that also utilizes satellite imagery. That would be an easy fix to determine whether or not an object was placed at a certain time, before and after, by even Google Satellite, Google Earth.
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
So we have the technology in this time of era to be able to utilize that for a purpose like this.
Just perfect.
Even something simpler, because I'm guessing if we do, when this goes into effect, everyone who has a container is going to have to get a permit for it, right?
Correct. That is the intent of this ordinance, as was brought to us, was that there are at least dozens, probably hundreds, of illegally existing ones, and bringing them into compliance with an ordinance that allows them to have them rather than forcing them to remove them, which is what not enacting this at all would have accomplished, or face fines. So whether or not there's, that's a political issue that I can certainly understand. With signs, signs are an example of where there's usually an amortization where you give them a certain amount of time to come into compliance, for instance. But
Well, I'd like to make a proposal that perhaps there could be a grace period where when you're getting your permit, if you've already had it, you give people a couple months to say, it's been there for 30 years, I'm not going to pick it up and put something under it, and once that period's over, if you're getting a permit, it has to be on pavement, because...
Well, I think it's kind of, we've kind of given them that anyway, because this ordinance has been in effect. And, there has been no enforcement on it right now, so, I'm okay with that too. Giving people time to do things. Trustee Kumar.
But giving people time to do things is fine, as long as we don't just sweep it under the rug.
Yeah.
So we need to give a clear-cut, plan. I think it has to be very transparent, what we're going to do, not, just kind of wishy-washy.
Yeah.
I should just clarify really quick that what I'm talking about would be more, we'll have it open for a bit. Everyone who's got a permit or a container has to get your permit. If it's not on a paved surface now and it's been there, that's fine. But once that period's over, say in a couple months, anyone who's applying for a permit going forward, it has to be paved. Just give people a little bit of time to register them without having the pavement under, if it's been there already, and then going forward, everyone has to do it. That's what I'd be in favor of.
Yeah. Trustee Patrick.
My question too is that you had stated that there are many people not in compliance with something like, or that have storage containers like this. My question to you is, have we considered the economic impact of forcing all of these people who might have had these containers on there for 30 years, of removing them and having to spend the money to put a foundation underneath there to put that container on. Some people might not choose to do that and just remove it completely. Have we considered the economic impact of how that might impact those businesses if they were forced to remove those?
That's more of a political issue than a zoning issue. So I can understand that concern. And there are, the reality is the village has never permitted it so they've never been in compliance. I can understand the grandfather side of things, so.
I know we have kind of a rough idea of how many businesses have them. Do we know how many are on paved surfaces and how many are not?
I do
we have any
not,
kind of
and I think, and I don't believe Consuelo, when she was here, had a firm number on that, but I would guess that probably in the older, in the larger sites, like the large commercial sites along North Avenue that are probably the ones that have multiple shipping containers, they're probably, most of them are on gravel or dirt, but when you've got your Walmart and your Target and some of those uses, you're obviously, those are all on paved surfaces. The only one that immediately comes to mind is Pioneers. I can't speak to that one. It's probably on a gravel base if I had to guess, but I don't know.
I think that's paved there, isn't it? That's in their parking lot.
It's right up against the back of their building, so.
Trustee Slow.
I would have a concern having someone who's had a storage container on their property, whether it's on gravel or the earth, let's say for the course of 30 years, and expecting them to lift that structure up without it falling apart to pave underneath it. It may be structurally fine where it's sitting right now in the door swing and they could put their merchandise in there or their equipment or whatever. But you go lifting up a vessel in the air and moving it, it's not going to last. And now what do we got? We got a piece of scrap metal sitting in the middle of a commercial property that they can't afford to get rid of because they were going to spend 50 grand to put down blacktop and the container fell apart, and who's going to enforce that? Leave them alone. The older ones that have been there and they're in good shape, they move forward from this day on. If you're going to place a new container on a piece of property, permit it with guidelines in order to establish that container on that property. But to dig up the dead, it's just a can of worms.
We'd have to put a date in the ordinance.
Yeah. One way to address that would be just to say, from this date forward,
Exactly.
all permanent would have to be, on paved surfaces.
Correct. And that's typically with, signs are the good example because of the way that they're protected.
Right.
But typically when municipalities change sign ordinances, there's either a date where you have to have, like 7 years is kind of the typical, where you have to bring your sign into compliance, or the alternate, which is what our code did with pole signs, when we eliminated pole signs, is that existing pole signs were allowed to continue, but if you wanted to modify that sign, then you couldn't. I mean, you could update the face of the sign, obviously, but if you couldn't put a new pole sign in its place. And so there could be a place for something similar to that, where if somebody comes in for a permit down the road to replace an existing container, then they have to put it on a paved surface. I mean, I understand the political side of it for sure.
Could the question to the can we add that to this?
Yes.
Or some type of language like that?
Yes, you can, instead of striking that, what you can do is add the effective date of that provision. And that would be the effective date of the ordinance that we would be considering up at that.
I would like to make that motion.
So it doesn't need to be a motion.
Okay,
So
sorry.
can we first get a consensus?
Okay.
I have a question still about that. I'm fine with grandfathering or whatever, the people who, but how long do these things last on in someone's yard? I mean, is there a time that they're just gonna fall apart? It's, they're gonna fall apart, they're gonna have to be removed. And my question is, it doesn't matter if they're on a paved surface or not, these things can fall apart. What's the process of removing them? I think the problem is they're sitting everywhere. And nobody's like kind of looking at them or dealing with them. I still think they need a permit on them. And people still need to get the permit so we know where they are more than anything.
I mean, they'll last a long time. It depends on what, obviously ones that are on dirt are probably going to last less because of the water.
I think the ordinance dictates the permitting coming forward. I think this would be for the date of effectiveness of being on paved surfaces.
Correct. As of the date of, correct.
I mean, I think you can require the paving to be grandfathered in, but, I think the permitting process should still go on, and people should still have a permit. So that's what I'm trying to say.
So as, the way the ordinance reads now, that permitting process is still applicable for those that are existing now. They're not grandfathered out of that permit requirement. The only grandfathering, if that's how we're going to phrase it, would be with respect to the paving.
Which I think
we'll specifically put that date in only that provision.
Yeah, that makes sense to grandfather it and,
Just goes there.
go back.
So, two things. Number one, I want to be clear. I don't want to mess with anybody, any business owner in town that has a current shipping container. Nobody's complaining about these. I mean, even the complaint that Consuelo said was out there was not a real complaint. Nobody's complaining about these shipping containers. They've been there forever. I don't want any business to have to be spending money and doing stuff with their shipping containers. They're there, they're fine, they're useful, they use them for business, they have for a long time. As it goes to the paving side of things, as a potential compromise, I would throw out, what about new containers coming in on gravel as well? Not to have to spend the money in doing paving, but let them put down a layer of gravel, set the shipping container on there. Lot cheaper, lot easier, lot quicker.
It's not level, and one has fence, and the other ones are.
Doesn't the code require that you have to have landscaping, and once the gravel's in place, how would you get grass back there? If they're temporary?
This is permanent.
Well, this is for permanent. This one's for permanent. Yeah.
Requires screening, and landscaping can certainly be one of the forms of screening, but it could also be a fence or,
Yeah, I walked up to the dais, if I may, with two questions. What's the difference between this element versus on a driveway or other hard surface? Why was this differentiated?
Because those are for temporary.
Oh, okay.
And this is for permanent.
The code book that I brought up with me didn't break that out, temporary and permanent, that's why. Okay, and then if we were to go to a window to register existing ones, would we require the screening was my next question on that. Would we require other elements other than paved? If I could hear consensus on that.
Well, that's, the time frame is strictly for the paved surfaces. The rest of it is not, I mean, it's going to be as soon as it's enforced. Okay, so let's get a consensus on not striking place on a paved surface. Because then that way we can change it. If the consensus is no. Okay. Okay, clerk connect.
Okay, not striking on,
This is to not strike.
okay, keep as is.
I'm sorry?
As is.
To keep it
Not
as
to
is,
strike,
correct.
okay.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, trustee Salela?
Can I just
Yeah.
ask the
Keep
question?
as.
But that's going to include the verbiage.
Well, no, this is the vote
You can change
to
the
keep it
verbiage to
exactly as it is.
So I think what the president is going to do is, because the proposal was to strike it all together. So
Right.
what we're going to do is get a consensus on keeping it in, and then there will be a second consensus on putting that effective date on it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So,
Trustee Salela?
Yes.
Yes.
no, it should be
No,
no.
no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
No. It should be yes to keep it in. So
No.
to keep as is.
No, this is going to be no, because their recommendation was to keep it as paved surface. So if we want to change it, we would have to vote no. Consensus would be no, and then vote on the change. Correct?
No, it's not.
No, so I know it's very confusing here. So the request was to strike it. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended keeping it in.
Correct.
So we are going to take in consensus on whether or not this board wants to go the direction of the Planning and Zoning Commission and keep that provision in there. Then, if you do decide to keep it in, we will discuss and take a consensus on amending that provision so that it's got that effective date to it.
Okay, so we need to keep it in there and then have the effective date, okay.
Correct.
Okay, so that's my mistake.
Yeah,
So
'cause
this
that
is,
that ordinance already exists.
okay.
Yes.
All right, so we keep it in and then we'll amend it with another consensus.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, now you can go.
Trustee Solella?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Okay, trustee Corkery?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
No, I do not want to keep it as it is.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes, with the assumption that we are going to be changing the verbiage.
Okay.
Yes, and President Casson?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now we can discuss an effective date.
So to modify that provision so that that requirement for that paved surface is effective on the passage of the ordinance. So those,
Yes.
Do we make a motion, or what do we do for that?
What about the idea of gravel? Is there any consensus that the board would consider allowing people to put new shipping containers on gravel?
If you, Mayor, I think the recommendation on that would be to probably ask P and Z to consider the definition of what's paved. I think that's, I think your request is, Trustee Kozar, in terms of is gravel deemed a paved surface, is brick pavers deemed a paved surface? Because I believe our code probably dictates what is deemed paved.
I don't know, I would guess that actually probably goes back to engineering. I mean,
I believe in engineering, paved is pavers, concrete, asphalt. Gravel, like for driveways, is no longer allowed.
correct.
It's grandfathered in.
Impervious surface,
I'm sorry?
impervious surface would be a paved surface.
Well, I think the consideration would be, we would want probably some clearer definitions, such as, yeah, impervious because of greener technologies and stuff that might be pervious paved surfaces, but, which we probably wouldn't put on here, but I think that would be the consensus maybe is to have P and Z define considerations of paved surfaces. Would probably be an appropriate measure at this point.
sure, they can, the board can do that.
Yeah, okay.
So are we considering, then
It's up to the
option
board.
is
I was
to-
just providing that as, that might be, because I think that goes back to the temporary structures as well, what's deemed a paved surface and all that.
But if you change the definition of paved, isn't there the unintended consequence that anytime it says paved in your code book, now you have the potential of gravel?
Well, the Planning and Zoning Commission can define it for purposes of this
Just for
section.
this, yeah.
So paved as it relates to shipping containers would be X, Y, and Z, is how they would define it.
Outdoor
rather than
storage
just-
containers that are permanent, or even the temporary outdoor storage containers.
And that
They
would be
could-
in the definition section?
It would be within the provision of this code. I don't believe this section 612 has a definition section.
I think that's 14.2, which is where it goes words and terms beginning with, and then it just runs down. That's our definition section, which relates to this larger section.
If you want it to apply to this particular regulation, it would be best to put it in the regulation and define it for purposes of outdoor storage containers, either temporary or permanent, as opposed to just a general definition section.
Right.
Because I looked in that general definition section and hard surface is not defined, so there is no existing definition of hard surface, and paved surface may or may not be defined. But
So I mean, that's why I'm suggesting that we define it or allow it right here in this,
That-
in this set.
That's my
specific section.
recommendation
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Okay, so that'll be, all right, so we'll get a consensus now of the effective date of a paved surface would be the date that the ordinance is passed.
So are we doing that now, or are we just gonna send this, are we gonna have the board send it back for clarification on the surface?
Well, we
I
can do
mean-
that, but I think we should, if we're gonna pass this ordinance, then we can always amend the paved surfaces,
That's true.
you know.
You can do
but,
that.
Yeah, because I'd like to get this
Yeah, I
done
think,
tonight, so.
I do believe that, and I understand changing it in this, but I do believe we have a section, I could be wrong, but I believe there's a section of the ordinance that expressly defines what paved surfaces are in terms of the amount of compacted gravel and the types of surfaces on it and so on. I could be wrong because it's been a few years since we crafted, that, but.
The definition of impervious, 60% of the paved ordinance? Or is it the definition of paved?
I think we have a definition of what is a paved surface. I could be wrong. I think there's a paving section, like in parking in that portion. I could be wrong. But
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Trustee Kumar.
I think, the date certain, or, extending the date is not gonna change whether we decide on the paved surface or not.
Right.
So let's go ahead and grandfather what we wanted, as we said, and then decide on the actual type of service. We can send it back to P and Z for that.
Correct.
Because it makes sense to vet
We'll
that
get
out,
this
they
done.
have to vet it
Yeah,
out
Correct.
get
anyway.
it done.
Correct. So let's get a
I
consensus
guess that-
on, I'm sorry?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I guess the question would be, is there consensus of the board for it to be on something other than a traditional hard surface of asphalt, pavers, et cetera? I mean, would the board be comfortable with them on gravel? And would staff, including community development and public works, be comfortable with them being on compacted gravel, for instance?
I think we need, that's a discussion we can have.
Yeah, and that's why I say it's like maybe that could be, come back for, it would be a separate text amendment. It wouldn't be coming back to us for
Yeah,
review, but.
correct. It would be something that we would talk at a later date.
Yeah.
But at least we get this, grant, the effective date of this. So, okay.
Okay, this, modify,
Yes, this
On
is
passage
a
of
consensus to modify the ordinance where it is paved surfaces are effective the date of the passage of the ordinance.
right. Okay, trustee Murphy?
You had to start with me, didn't you?
Yes. Okay, trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Solella?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
President Casal?
Yes, okay. Item 10, screening. Okay. The replacement was screened from public view with a privacy fence, e.g. fence, landscaping, or similar methods, or painted. The original is just screened from public view with a privacy fence, landscaping, or similar methods. P&Z voted to keep as is and not include painted, since the shipping containers are already painted. Okay, any questions or discussion on that? Trustee Kumar.
Well, the painted came from me. I wasn't thinking of painted meaning painted red or blue. I was thinking of artistically painted, which is a totally different story.
Yeah,
So you can strike that. I know where that suggestion came from, and I'm fine with going with P and Z on that.
Okay, so it's consensus to keep P&Z's recommendation, not striking B7.
Okay, trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
Yes.
Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
Trustee Solella?
Yes.
President Casal?
Yes. Item 11, may not be used for the purpose of conducting business or selling merchandise. this is the same, pretty much the same thing that we had, number 8.
This is for permanent.
This is for permanent, though. So I don't know if we have any discussion on that. Trustee Kozar.
I stand with what I say, that the correct term of art would be not allowed to be granted occupancy, period.
Okay. Okay, seeing no other questions, okay. So this is consensus to keep as is.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Trustee Corkery?
Yes.
Trustee Kozar?
No.
Trustee Slella?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
No.
President Kazal?
Yes. Okay, so we keep that as is. Okay, the last one, shipping container is a standard reusable vessel designed without an axle or wheels, which was, so the question was to replace with shipping container, a type of outdoor storage container is a standard reusable vessel designed without an axle or wheels. P&Z voted that there was no need to modify, keep as is, and referred to codified code.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to address that.
Unless we missed something that was not made clear, the way the original text that was crafted by staff that was presented to us didn't exactly mirror the syntax that was in the definition section, but by the time it was passed and codified, it, and we did verify this, it does. For instance, if you see the original, the basic part is that the original doesn't include a colon, but all of our definitions are shipping container, colon, and then definition of shipping container. And those things were cleaned up in codifying, to my understanding.
Okay. Okay. Trustee Kozar.
I had made this recommendation only just to clarify that, because all throughout the statute, you talk about temporary outdoor storage containers, and then you switch to talking about shipping containers. And just to clarify, to say that a shipping container is a type of outdoor storage container. Now you've been able to use those terms synonymously. So just take, for example, 612A7, temporary outdoor storage containers must be placed on a driveway or other hard surface. Are we referring to shipping containers? Is that different? Or is a shipping container also a type of outdoor storage container? Because there could be other types of outdoor storage containers, such as your, when you rent, what are they called? You rent a container to move or stuff like that. They're not pods. That's right. A pod is a outdoor storage container. So for clarification purposes, I think that you just need to say that a shipping container is that, so that now anytime you see temporary outdoor storage container within that definition, within that semantic syntax there, you are also referring to shipping containers as well as pods.
Trustee Slow.
My thoughts on a pod is temporary storage for you to fill, for a company to pick up and remove and put into a dry storage facility, such as when you're moving your home. Not so much as temporary for 90 days sitting outside in a single location, preventing whatever merchandise you put in there or belongings from the weather. It's a separate, in my mind, I'm thinking a pod is temporary till it's filled and then it's moved off-site.
So you're saying that a pod is a temporary outdoor storage container that you would fill up and then move, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't envision it sitting there for 90 days.
But according to this statute, a pod could sit there for 90 days on a commercial piece of property, because they're doing a project and they have a welder in there and they have a lathe or something like that, and they have some equipment in there that they're moving back and forth. They just need this on a temporary basis. Rather than moving a shipping container, they rent the pod because it's half the price, and that's, it's efficient, it sits outside. So, if you're take 612A5, no temporary outdoor storage container may remain on the property. So that pod can't stay on the property for 90 days. Right. 91 days.
Well, in that scenario, I could see that being a point.
So what I'm just suggesting is that a pod is a temporary outdoor, or is an outdoor storage container, can certainly be, and a shipping container is also that. Now you've been able to, it's synonymous now. And there's no loophole in here where you're saying, well, this is only for temporary outdoor storage containers. A shipping container is something different. Unless you define it, one could make that argument.
I can see that. Trustee Corcoran.
This is a sort of legal semantic distinction, right? So I'd like to just defer to our legal representation on this one. If you have an opinion on it.
So my recommendation would be that a shipping container includes an outdoor storage container. But I would not, I would add the inclusion language in there. I wouldn't just say a shipping container is an outdoor storage container.
Right, that's not what I'm saying. A shipping container is a type of outdoor storage container. Shipping container.
Yeah, so my
A
recommendation.
type of outdoor storage container, comma, is a standard reusable vessel designed with an axle or wheels, which was.
Right, and I would just add language that instead of removing that, the definition being a standard reusable vessel designed without an axle or wheels, which was 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, I would add 3, this includes an outdoor storage container or something like that. I would not remove that language that was being recommended just to call a shipping container a standard outdoor storage container.
I'm not suggesting we remove anything.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's what was in the recommendation of the, I'm looking at the write-up of the
So I've
plan
got
commission to replace it.
Number 12 is written to strike the way that it's written currently, which is shipping container is a standard reusable vessel designed without an axle or wheels, which was blah, blah, blah. To strike it and just replace it with shipping container, a type of outdoor storage, comma, storage container, comma, is, and then go on with the same language, is a standard reusable vessel. So all you're doing is you're just adding that, the definition between commas, that a shipping container is a type of outdoor storage container, not that it is the only type of outdoor storage container.
Right, so from a legal standpoint, I might word it a little bit differently, but I have no legal objection to including an outdoor storage container in the broader definition of shipping container.
Can we,
Say that again?
So a shipping container
Yes.
can include an outdoor storage container as well. An outdoor storage container isn't only just a shipping container.
No, correct. We're not
Correct, but
saying
a
that.
shipping container
It's just
can
a type
include
of
an
outdoor storage container, and then there could be other types of outdoor storage containers as well.
Right,
Yeah. I think we're talking about the same thing. Just-
yeah.
Okay, so consensus should be no here and then modify, or say yes and then with modification?
So I think we're talking about the same here. There's no objection. If the board wants to give a consensus to modify it in accordance with the conversation, we can do that. And then, of course, the ordinance, if the board chooses to modify, the ordinance can be modified further if there's some issue with the language that I propose.
Okay. Okay, consensus
All right, hold on, so are we doing this the same way we're doing the others? We're gonna vote in favor of the planning and zoning, and then next time it comes back, we're gonna propose a text change?
Yeah, well, no, this is, it's consensus
to modify?
to modify
Look,
the language as was discussed here.
but I think Trustee
So then we're
Murphy.
voting no.
No, we'll vote yes. If you want,
Okay.
if you want to see the changes made that
Trustee
were just
Murphy,
discussed.
Trustee Murphy, what's your input with respect to the modification?
I don't have any problem with the modification,
Okay.
it's just that on the previous line items that we've decided to modify, we have voted in favor of planning and zoning's position. And then agreed that next time we come back, we're going to modify.
Correct, but based on the discussion, it appears that we have that consensus of the board regarding modification. So it's
we're gonna
okay to
vote
go
no.
straight to that. And so modification, if you want it modified, consistent with the discussion that we just had, to include, outdoor storage container as a component of the definition of shipping container, then you would vote yes. We're going, it's yes to modify, if that's what you would
Okay,
like to
so
do.
we're making a new proposal on what we're voting on. We're not voting on the planning and zoning directive like we had on the rest of them.
Correct, because
Okay.
the board has discussed
Okay,
its
so-
consensus.
Okay.
All right, President Kuzon, repeat what we're voting on, and then we'll,
We are voting consensus to modify 14.2.22F, just to include an outdoor storage container, the language which the village attorney will come up with. And then we will be able to vote on that at the next meeting, or when it comes up for vote.
Let her rip.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
All right, trustee Corkery,
Yes.
trustee Patrick,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
yes.
trustee Salala.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar,
Yes.
trustee Kozar,
Yes.
President Kuzon.
Yes. Okay, so we've gotten through that. Hopefully next meeting we'll have the ordinance out there ready to be voted on. Thanks, Jason, I appreciate it.
I just want to inform the board, with respect to that last item, we're going to have to verify that the notice for the public hearing included, was broad enough to include a text amendment for that section of the ordinance as well. So I'll do that legal analysis, and if it was broad enough, you'll see that modification and amendment in the ordinance before you on the 28th. Okay.
Great, thank you. Okay, with that, we will move to the village clerk's report.
No report.
No report, okay. Trustees report, we'll start with trustee Kumar.
Hi, I have a couple of things. I did see a lot of members come out a little earlier. We did drag this on a little longer, so we lost some of them. But I do want to say that we need to move forward in finding a new manager, and the process should involve all the public, and I would love it if you, the public gave input of whatever type they felt to whichever of the trustees. It does not have to be me, in terms of what they foresee and need for a manager for Villa Park. So that's the first step, getting input from the public on that matter. We really welcome it, of course, along with all the staff out there. We need your input as well. That being said, I would also like to say there was an issue that has been going on in the school district, which I want to address with regards to a teacher who was put on administrative leave for making a comment on wearing of masks. Now, I am an advocate of mask wearing myself. Being married to an infectious disease specialist, I shall get my mask on for this reason. Because it does save lives, and I think the teacher, though it may have seemed was out of line in certain ways, is a wonderful, wonderful man who has taught children and cares really about the students of Willowbrook High School. And my heart goes out to the fact that he's on administrative leave now because he cares about the students of Willowbrook High School. So I want to mention Mr. Blair and how much we really care for your love of Willowbrook students, and we do admire you taking a stance on mask wearing, irrespective of how the public may view that at this point. And to end, I will end on a positive note. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Of what's left of it, I shall go and spend with my Valentine, as will, I'm sure, the rest of this board, and thanks for the Hershey's Kisses. Thank you.
Mr. Corkery.
So I'll start off with congratulations to the cast and crew of the recent Willowbrook High School production of Dr. Cerberus. Really enjoyed it a lot. Good job, everyone. I'd like to give a shout out to the people of this town for the support that they showed for Cuppy's Bakery. I know we're a little late to the party here, but we haven't had a meeting for a while. They had an issue with their oven. Their GoFundMe was made to help them replace it, and I think the funds were met in a matter of 2 days, something like that, which is really incredible. So it was wonderful to see everyone come out, support the community like that. And then I will also speak in support of Mr. Blair. He's a teacher of mine when I went to Willowbrook High School, and very passionate educator, very involved with his students. I was on the speech team with him for 4 years, so I know him pretty well, and I can really speak to his virtues as a teacher. He's a very passionate and talented man. So I'd like to put that out there in support of Mr. Blair. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes, I would just like to congratulate Gina Recanelli for her 30 years of service with Parks and Rec. I'd like to thank her for the support of our village and help her to know that we all appreciate everything she does, and we're very grateful that she's been with us for the amount of time that she has. Thank you.
Did you start when you were 10? Trustee Kozak.
I would like to see committee of the whole brought back so that we have the opportunity to discuss some of these matters outside of what our formal meeting is. I think committee of the whole is a little less formal. I know that at a previous meeting, President Kazone, you had said that's kind of what coffee with the board was about. But you know, we had some comments made at that, so I want to just bring back committee of the whole. I think it would do us all good. And then just to clarify your earlier comment about the board voting on the administrative officer, it wasn't this board, it was the previous board that voted on it. We have not had a formal vote on that. And perhaps that would be something we should do, just take a public vote on that. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Patrick.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening. First of all, I would like to second committee of the whole. I think that would be a great idea for us to implement. I know that tonight was kind of a longer meeting due to all of the text amendment changes that we've talked about here. However, I think it's very important that they continue to come to us on an individual basis. Even though tonight was a lengthy meeting, I think we were very productive in being able to discuss it openly and talk about this and get everybody's opinions and ideas out there. So I will definitely second the committee with the whole. I think that's definitely something positive moving forward. Today is Valentine's Day, and I would like to thank Leslie Ellison CI for my sweet treat here. And if Clerk Koronecki, if everything is okay with those People magazines, I would like you to pass my copy down. I think we should definitely give a shout out to the Fund Commission and Leslie for getting us in a nationally recognized magazine, People magazine. Please look at the article if you see it. It's very, very cool. Gets Villa Park back on the map again, so thank you there. A lot of people don't realize also is that today is also considered V-Day, not for Valentine's Day, but it's also a global activist movement to end violence against women. VA Day is something that is set up because violence against women is wrong. Okay? If you want more information about why V-Day is, you could go to vday.org. But more importantly tonight, with all of discussions about domestic violence, I think it's important that if you at home or anybody out there is a victim of domestic violence or experiencing it in any way, shape, or form, that there is confidential help out there for you, help that you can get right away. You can call the National Domestic Violence Hotline. That phone number is 1-800-799-7233, or you can text the word START, S-T-A-R-T, to 88788. For help there. So please take advantage of those resources. And again, it is confidential help for you if you need that. Second point that I'd like to talk about is on Friday, March 11th,
the Ardmore Elementary School PTA will be hosting their 15th annual silent auction fundraiser at Allegra Banquets in Villa Park here. Every year, the PTA raises funds to support a variety of events and activities, including assemblies, field trips, classrooms, resources, books, and much more for over 500 children. They are looking for support from businesses and people like you out there to help contribute to their annual auction, which in the past has raised over $7,000 to help fund these special programs for the kids. If you are interested in donating or looking for a way to contribute to this cause, you can contact Jessica Kinji. That's Jessica Kinji. The phone number is area code 630-229-9644, or you can email her at Jess, that's Jess, K Peters, Peters, at sbcglobal.net. As usual, I definitely would love to give another round of applause to our police and fire department and our first responders out there who are every day putting it on the line for us and keeping us safe. I really do mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Lastly, I think save the last for important. Tomorrow is my wife and I's anniversary. And so if you're watching, April, I just want to say happy anniversary and I love you. Thank you.
If you're still watching.
Trustee Solella?
No report.
No report. Okay. President's report has got a couple things. This Saturday is electronics recycling in Village at the Public Works Building, 9 to 12. You have to be a Villa Park resident, but it's a great way to get rid of some of those old TVs and stereos that you have in your house. Villa Park is again going to be recognized 2021 Tree City USA. I believe this is the 37th year that we've gotten that recognition, so congratulations to Public Works. I know we've had a lot of talk over the past few years about trees and cutting them down and stumping and getting new ones planted, so it's a great honor. 37 years, it's pretty decent. The Villa Park Police Department will be receiving a recognition award from District 48 on Thursday, February 17th at 7 p.m. at Albright Middle School for safety efforts from a previous incident. I don't know, Chief, if you wanted to expound on that a little bit?
Right. When all the schools, District 48, District 45, and District 88 received all the threats, we had hired several officers back to just make sure we were omnipresent in all the schools. District 48, who doesn't see us as much, way on the south end, I was very appreciative. We had 4 officers there and roaming the halls and talking with staff and students. So Dr. Chung had reached out to us to see if we could please be in attendance. So we'll be there.
All right, nice job. Thank you. Thank you to all our officers. Thanks. And that's all I have. Village Manager's report.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to, if anyone's watching, and we'll put this on the website and broadcast it out, but the Catalyst Partners, who are the ones that are proposing the development at the 110 South Villa, we'll be having a community engagement meeting February 24th from 3 to 8 p.m. at the Community Recreation Building, the CRB, over on Wildwood. Invite any of the residents that want to have some more information. It will be like a public open house, it's my understanding. I think they are sending out invitations to all the neighbors in that area. But thought it would be very nice to be right in the area where people can walk in and see the site. So again, we'll help broadcast that for the public to get some more information. But they'll be having a community engagement meeting February 24th from 3 to 8 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
That is it.
Great. Okay, next item is executive session. Item 15A, pursuant to the general provisions of the Open Meetings Act, 5 ILCS/120 A.C1, to consider the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. Do we have a motion to go into executive session? Trustee Kumar?
I make that motion.
Okay, we have a second. Trustee Patrick?
I'd like to make that second.
Okay. Clerk Konecki?
Okay, trustee Corkery,
Yes.
trustee Kozar,
Yes.
trustee Silella,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
No.
trustee Patrick,
Yes.
trustee Kumar,
Yes.
president Kazone.
Yes. Okay, we will be going into executive session. We will likely come back out to get board consideration with the respect to establishment of special meetings. So we will likely be back out here, so we will not close in executive session.
You mind if I interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead.
I did forget one thing. I think she's been introduced informally earlier, but we do have Miss Ellen Weber, who's acting as our interim community development director, and I apologize that I forgot to mention that. I know she's up, but I'd like to officially welcome her to our team and thank her for stepping in interim status.
Thank you. Congratulations, good luck to you. Okay, so we are going to go into executive session, and likely be back out here. out of executive session, and can we get a motion to return to our regular board meeting?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Salella,
I'll second that motion.
second. Trustee Kumar, do we need a voice vote, or?
Take a roll call.
Okay, roll call. Roll call, please.
Okay. Trustee Kozar,
Yes.
Trustee Patrick,
Yes.
Trustee Salella,
Here.
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Kumar,
Here.
and President Kazan.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and coming out of executive session, we decided we do not need to set up special meetings. We will have a meeting, a series of meetings. We're going to have one meeting next Monday, February 21st at 6 o'clock here in Village Hall. So that will be placed, it will be posted on our website, February 21st at 6 o'clock. And since that's the end of the meeting, we have a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Kumar, we have a second?
I'll second that.
Trustee Murphy? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll see everybody on the 21st. Meeting closed.